are the American Indians, baby. Copper color Indians, baby. A real Indian, American Indian is me, not from Africa. Remember that.
African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space. Why you keep trying to attach yourself to a continent where even if you got the chance to go and you went, most people that wouldn't even claim you as one of them, as a purebred daughter or son of them. Your heritage is right here now, no matter what you call yourself or what you say. And a lot of people died to make it that.
All right, you two cutie pies. Let's see. Wait. Okay, you just told me that you ladies are sisters.
Yes.
You're the baby over here on the left that was bullying your big sister in the pink.
Yes, that's right.
Anyway, what's your name?
Willa
and
Ellen.
Now, tell me what you know about people my color, brown skinned, who were
Indigenous people.
To where? To what land?
To America.
All right now.
States.
And you know that as a little girls, right?
Yes. Oh, yes.
All right. I just want to thank you both. Where did you say the Indians were from? Where you are?
We have Abenaki up in Vermont.
Okay,
and we have the Penobscot in Maine and the Mashantucket.
Yeah, okay. All right, ladies. Well, I want to thank you for that. It's just good to know. Because I was born in the 60s. They know. Yeah, we were taught that. You said everyone should know?
Yes.
All right, ladies.
Yes.
You girls, you're two good girls, and you got to stop bullying your little sister, your big sister. Okay. Have a good day.
Okay.
I have got to get this. I know you said you're a veteran.
Yes.
And what have you learned about the indigenous Indians of this land that's my color, copper color?
It's world history and U.S. history. So, and then the people of color were from the northeast part of the world here in New England area, in Buffalo area. So
awesome.
And that's pretty much.
Yeah, my family is Cherokee, and we did. Some of us went on the Trail of Tears when they came in, and the war was over.
Yeah.
Some of us went to Oklahoma. Yeah. Some of us went to Oklahoma, and the rest of us that didn't want to go remained because we all fought in the war together.
Right.
With the British. Do you remember that?
Yes.
When did you learn that? In school as a little boy?
Yeah, young man from high school.
Wow. Amazing. Well, thank you for serving our country, sir. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a good one.
You too.
And we are not Africans. We are not African. Are you an African, baby? I'm not no African. Nigga, you're lying.
All right. Hi there. You can unmute now. Smash the like button, everybody. We have some great guests here. We have Chief, you want to unmute your mic? Oh, no, you took yourself off the panel. Uh-oh, he took himself off the panel. Charles is playing around with buttons.
Oh, okay. Yeah, these buttons here.
We have some great guests here. They're visiting again. We have introduce yourself, Chief.
Hi, I'm the Quantic Paugussett Chief of Golden Hill. My name is Chief Bear Eagle from the Bear Clan. I'm a Realized H. Piper III. My father's a Realized H. Piper Sr. My brother, Chief Quiet Hawk, who recently passed last year. He was my older brother, and I'm now the Chief of the Golden Hill Paugussett. We are Paquonic Indians.
Okay, you want to explain who this man that looks identically like you is
That's my father, Chief Big Eagle,
he
the
spit
real
you
estate
out.
piper senior.
If this man did not spit you out, my. So
Mm.
he's the chief of the Paugussett tribe, and they have monuments in the city I was born in, Bridgeport, of the Golden Hill Paugussets, and it's like they changed their names a couple of times.
They
And
did because we're Paquonic Indians. They
okay,
did.
that's what I thought. But I looked at the map and the history of your family lineage, and you guys damn near own the whole city of Bridgeport, all the
Yes,
way
ma'am.
from. Let me see. I guess our historian Charles will get into that a little later. But I looked at the map.
Well,
It's like, damn, you could
well,
almost
in fact,
say,
really, we had land from New York to Mass all the way down. You know,
yeah,
uh, but this is a part of history that seems to be forgotten even by some of the tribal members because they're not old enough. And they just keep hollering about the Paugussett, but we're not just Paugussett, we're Paquonic Indians, which
right.
had a long range, a long reach. We was a big tribe until smallpox, and we became Golden Hill because that's where they moved us to a place called Golden Hill. Then, they have a problem with changing people's names and identities for their special purposes,
Wow.
you know.
So, so before I read the history, and then I'm gonna let Charles take over after I read the history, Chief, and come back and ask you
Okay,
questions. But it was your
okay.
dad first, and I know before him it was probably his dad. But these are the pictures I
Before
have.
him, it
So
was before him. I believe it was Black Hawk. Before him, it was, if I'm not mistaken, my grandfather.
right. So
If I'm not mistaken, yeah.
I have the pictures from your dad. Then it went to Chief Quiet Eagle,
That,
your brother. Can you
no,
introduce
Quiet Hawk.
him? Quiet
That's
Hawk.
Chief Quiet Hawk, Realist H. Piper Jr. That's my brother.
And right, he's your brother. And the interesting thing, your father gave you and him the same name.
Yes,
And
yes.
then here you
He's the
go.
junior. I'm the third. Yes,
Right. So he named both of you after him.
yes.
And then when your
Oh, my
brother
little
when your
brother. I have a little brother too. That's named
right,
Aurelius Piper.
Moonface, right? Or
No, Moonface is actually Kenneth Piper.
okay, that's right. And
Hmm.
then so the chief passing down went from your dad, of course, prior to him. It went to him, then it went to your brother, and now it's you.
Hmm.
Oh my
Yes.
God. The resemblance between you and your dad is just like wow. And he got a
Well,
nerve to have an earring in his ear. I know he was something else, but that's you. So
mhm.
Charles is the historian. And you want to introduce yourself really quick, Charles, and then I'm going to read your history that you wrote on this huge tribe.
Um, I'm the former historian of the city of Bridgeport. Born and raised in Bridgeport, lived there my whole life until a few years back. I moved to upstate New York, and I was appointed by Chief Quiet Hawk, the historian of the Golden Hill Paugussett tribe.
Wow. Okay. So I'm just going to get right into it and read because your notes are just like so great that you wrote about the Golden Hill Paugussett. So let me start from the top. Chat room, smash the like button. We're going to read about the Golden Hill Reservation. This is the Golden Hill Reservation, Paugussett
That's
Indians.
one of them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
one of
that's
them.
one of them.
Right,
We have two. That's the one
right,
in Trumbull.
right. The one in Trumbull, and the one you're at is in n- uh,
Colchester.
Colchester. That's right.
Yes.
So the Golden Hill, the Golden Hill Paugussett tribe has been a part of Greater Bridgeport history from time immemorial. The original indigenous people of this region who greeted the first European explorers and settlers and who were responsible for the pottery fragments, arrowheads, and shell middens excavated by archaeologists over the years still manage to hold on to a tiny scrap of their ancestral territory, the Golden Hill Reservation in Trumbull. The story is a fascinating one, sometimes tragic, more often inspirational. Hey, Chief, you want to mute your mic because there's a little noise coming from your background. And then
Okay.
after I finish reading, we'll go it. So it goes in. It all goes back to the land. Scholars and historians generally agree that Paugussett territory extended along the Connecticut coast from New Haven Harbor to the Saugatuck River in Westport and the upper reaches of Housatonic and Naugatucket rivers. This is a unique geological province of Connecticut. It is the only portion of the state with a wide and fertile coastal plain, much like lands well to the south, to the east of New Haven, and from Norwalk west. The border strewn granite hills extend down to the edge of the Sound. I would say Sound, they mean Long Island Sound.
Yep.
The Paugussett lands had long sandy beaches, adjoined by extensive tidal flats and salt marshes, quite the opposite of the rock-bound coast usually associated with New England. The Gento land was paradise for fish, shellfish, and wildlife, as well as native people. It is estimated that then, as now, fully 25% of Connecticut's oyster population could be found at the mouth of the Housatonic River. And the area immediately off the coast of Bridgeport comprises, comprises the largest natural growth oyster bed to the north of Chesapeake Bay. The Great Meadows salt marsh of Stratford in pre-landfill days more than triple its current size was a major marine nursery of Long Island Sound. Its waters were rife with crabs and terrapin and sheltered immense flocks of waterfowl, as well as the fry of dozens of species of fish. The sand flats exposed off the beaches at low tide provided seemingly endless quantities of clams, and which the Indians would feast and often dry for winter use. The Housatonic itself was the southernmost river on North American continent with a run of Atlantic salmon, which came every year on the heels of the run of shad, also smoked and dried to provide sustenance throughout the year. The Paugussett tribesmen nurtured the terrestrial component of this coastline as well. They use fire as a tool to clear underbrush, add fertility to the soil, and provide optimal conditions for game animal habitat. They also cleared substantial areas to create major planting fields. Indeed, the contact era, named for what is now Bridgeport, Paquonic, means cleared land. Indian women were responsible for cultivating the proverbial three sisters corn, beans, and squash, as well as other crops ranging from tobacco, ceremony use, to Jerusalem artichokes to be baked, boiled, or fried in the manner of potatoes. It has been said that all the areas of North America population density was the greatest in the pre contact times around the periphery of Long Island Sound. And on the Sound, the population was far and away the greatest and the favorite territory that would later be known as Bridgeport and Stratford. All those clams and oysters right offshore provided a protein source for a great multitude of people that required very little labor to gather. Um, Bereft of good knives, the natives would roast them by their fires to extricate them from their shells. The planting fields that had been cultivated and enriched for centuries were known to be such extent that a population of several thousand could have been supported in comfort and plenty. We know of major Paugussett village locations in the vicinity of Mountain Grove Cemetery, where the fresh water of the Rooster River pours into the saline Ash Creek on the side of the Golden Hill where Elm Street would later be laid out, and at the head of Johnson's Creek at the Stratford line, the so-called Johnson's Oak nearby, which was estimated to have been 800 to 1,000 years old when it succumbed in the 1970s, indicated by its horizontal branch structure that it had always grown in an open field. For perhaps thousands of years, the natives lived in harmony with the land, understanding every facet of its character. We are told they held sacred and unusual series of springs that gush from the earth at the summit of Golden Hill. What geologists of the present time tell us is the outlet of an underground river that comes down from New Milford. Here were found scores of graves over the course of 19th and 20th centuries. Orcutt's history also tells a powwow or medicine camp, a circle of stone posts at the foot of Old Mill Hill overlooking Yellow Mill Pond. Although thoughtlessly demolished and used for landfill in the 1840s, a few tantalizing components were preserved as curiosities and survive to the present day. As we know all too well, the Arcadian wonderland came to an abrupt end. Europeans began to explore the coast in the 16th century, transmitting deadly diseases that spread from tribe to tribe, for which natives had no resistance. In 1614, Dutch traders set up shop on the Hudson River and a mere 50 miles from Paugussett territory. Within a short time, they managed to coerce the tribe into intensive manufacture of wampum and a product of the quahog shells found in profusion in the waters off the beaches of Fairfield, Milford, and Bridgeport. Used by natives for millennia for religious and diplomatic purposes, the wampum belts became perverted into a form of currency that used in the fur trade centered at Albany. The peaceful Paugussets, who few primitive weapons were useless against the firearms possessed by the Dutch, were in no position to refuse. Worse was to come. A group of religious idealists, under pressure to conform in their native land, decided instead in the 1620s to emigrate en masse and establish a New England on the opposite side of the Atlantic, as if it were some vacant territory free for the taking. They swarmed into Massachusetts, its Indian population heavily decimated by a series of epidemics, and made the surviving natives exiles in the land their ancestors had occupied for thousands of years. Bemoaning the religious persecution they have suffered in Europe, these Puritans forced the natives to accept their narrow vision of divine worship or face death or a lifetime of enslavement. But alas, for the poor, praying Indians who tried to accommodate the ruthless intruders, they ended up being sold off into slavery in the West Indies anyway. It would not be long before the choice lands that were home to the Golden Hill Paugussets caught the eye of the land-hungry Englishmen. Led by their clergymen, Puritan flocks helped themselves to the rich farmland of the Connecticut River Valley, the product of countless generations of toil on the part of the river Indians beginning in 1633. The docile river tribes fold before the English, but another warlike tribe, the Pequots, stood their ground and contested the Puritan incursion into Indian territory. Their resistance led to the Pequot War of 1637, in which the majority of the tribe, regardless of age, gender, or history of taking up arms against the English, were murdered in their sleep, and much of the remainder found themselves enslaved some thousands of miles from home. A tattered remnant of the Pequot tribe fled overland, hoping to hook up with kinsmen in the Hudson Valley. They covered 80 grueling miles on foot before they were cornered by the English in a swamp in what is today known as Southport. Wow. Between Center Street and Oxford Road, just to north of the I-95 entrance ramp. Here, most of the remaining warriors were slaughtered, although the Pequot chief, Sassacus, did manage to escape one last time. He attained his goal of reaching his Mohawk brethren. They, however, betrayed him and sent his severed head on a pike to the English at Hartford. Wow. Willie told me about this. Oh, my goodness. With the Pequot tribe vanished, the Englishmen took a good calculating look at the land in the vicinity of their battlefield, and like what they saw, lots of level, fertile, and land already cleared and ready to farm, plenty of salt hay for their cattle in the marshes, and all those fish and oysters. It mattered little that the land was already owned and fully occupied, or that it had previously been claimed by the Dutch. Accordingly, 2 years later, 3 new settlements were planted: Milford, Stratford, and Fairfield, right in the middle of Paugussett heartland. As had been the practice elsewhere, the Indian inhabitants would simply have to be elbowed aside from their own country. As early 1638, the founders of New Haven Colony had struck upon a new and novel concept, the Indian reservation. The idea was to round up the native leadership, gift them with a couple of iron kettles, a few bolts of cloth, and some assorted trinkets, and get them to, in some fashion, sign a legal document written in squiggles in an indecipherable foreign tongue that represented a concept that was inconceivable to the native mind. We, the undersigned, do hereby sell, bargain, and relinquish all right and title to the lands herein described. The legal formalities over and proper title established, the Indians found themselves banished for all time to a tiny scrap of land, ideally a rock pile that could in no way sustain life for the tribe. It then came down to a choice between starvation, running afoul on the strange English laws, which usually resulted in being sold into slavery or even execution or exile from the land of the ancestors. The New Haven innovation was a boon to the settlers of the Paugussett territories. Snack's history tells us that a de facto Paugussett reservation was set up in that year of 1639. Its boundaries somewhat vague, other than being to the west of Stratford and to the east of Fairfield. With the protein-rich estuary of the Pequonnock, the great planting field, and the sacred precincts of Golden Hill still under their control, the Indians probably thought they could accommodate the invaders and live out their lives in peace. Any such optimism, however, was to be short-lived. In 1659, the General Court met at Hartford to establish set boundaries that comprised barely half of Golden Hill itself on which to supposedly sustain several hundred inhabitants. The bounds of this tract were roughly Catherine Street, East Washington Ave on the north, Harrow Ave to Harrison Street on the west, Fairfield Ave to Golden Hill Street on the south, and the Pequannock River on the east. In 1680, the town of Stratford cavalierly laid out the present Washington Avenue right through the middle of the reservation lands, severing the western portion and reducing the tribal allotment to a mere 80 acres. Wow. An unwritten policy of harassment was apparently in practice over the years. White farmers could help themselves to the firewood the Indians desperately needed and would let their cattle graze in their cornfields. They gradually encroached on tribal lands so that by the 1760s, only 8 of those precious few 80 acres remained under Indian control. The tribe filed formal complaint with the General Court in Hartford, but failed to obtain justice. After the Revolutionary War, the Golden Hill Indians thought they had found a champion in the man Aaron Hawley, whose lands adjoined theirs. He demanded redress from the new state of Connecticut on their behalf and was named official overseer of their legal and financial affairs. His motives became clear. However, in 1802, when he asked for and received permission to sell off the last of the Golden Hill Reservation to satisfy the debt for the legal representation that he himself had incurred, Hawley was paid in full, but the last of the Golden Hill Indians were left homeless to fend for themselves. That's a damn shame. This is the point in time at which 19th century historians lost interest in the saga of the Golden Hill Paugussets, usually adding a vague footnote that they somehow melted away before a better race. Occasionally, they note that a tribal overseer, they were continually appointed by the state through the 19th century, procured a new 19.5-acre reservation in the town of Trumbull for the tribe's use in 1841. But the condescending concept of the tribe melting away so that the historian could turn his attention to more important matters ignores one of the most fascinating and inspiring stories of Native survival in New England history. The Paugussett people, far from being hapless and perpetual victims, adapted themselves with courage and panic to their new circumstances and took for themselves a page out of the white man's playbook. They not only survived, they prospered and in many ways laid the groundwork for the modern community that we all know. Let us envision Fairfield County as it existed in the early days of the American Republic, a collection of rural towns comprised basically of subsistence farms with a handful of small manufactories and trading operations in the fledgling seaports. The native population had basically been forced in its entirety off the reservation and had adapted Christianity and Anglo-Saxon surnames and to outward lifestyles. Again, I'm going to read that again because they're going to learn. The native population had basically been forced in its entirety off the reservations and had adapted Christianity and Anglo-Saxon surnames and outward lifestyles. They spoke English fluently in their public and private life. The last native speaker of the Paugussett language died in 1829, approaching her 100th birthday. They remain eminently conscious, however, of who and what they were. Their cultural heritage amazingly intact beneath a veneer that was acceptable to their white neighbors. The diary kept by William Sherman from 1855 through the 1800s shed much light on the depth and extent of this cultural survival. They generally supported themselves as farmhands, mill hands, woodcutters, and general laborers in the country towns throughout the region. In 1828, a man by the name of Joel Freedman moved from Derby to Bridgeport and took employment as a hand on a West India schooner. Freedman had been born in 1795 in a remnant Paugussett community that survived at the fringes of white civilization. We learned of his tribal membership through the discovery of a document that named him as one of the 7 surviving heirs in New Haven County to Paugussett tribal lands. Freeman was a man with a vision who took it upon himself to gather the far-flung remnants of the Paugussett community, uniting it once again as a cultural and economic force in the nascent town of Bridgeport. His success is one of the remarkable untold stories of Native persistence during the days of Andrew Jackson's tendency in the White House, a time when the Indian Removal Act was pushed through Congress as a final thrust of cultural genocide. Despite the prevailing culture's demands that Native people accept Protestant Christianity as their religion, Indians were treated as second-class members of their respective congregations. They generally had a non-voting status and were relegated to observing services from the balconies, out of the view of their white-skinned neighbors. Freeman took umbrage at this situation and resolved to do something about it. He became a circuit rider, traveling to isolated homesteads in towns like Reading, Easton, Monroe, Newtown, and Southbury, inspiring the inhabitants with his vision of a unified Native community with its very own place of worship. Beginning on the summer Sunday in that year of 1828, Indians from all over southwestern Connecticut gathered for divine service under the shelter of a great elm tree that stood until 1873 on the site of the present Bridgeport Public Library. Wow. We're almost done, you guys. Perhaps as a reaction to the president's initiatives in Washington to stamp out last vestiges of the red man's culture, and a determined community began to coalesce around Joel Freedman's residence on the shores of Bridgeport's outer harbor in what today known as the South End. Joel loaned Zion Church money to purchase a building lot and more to construct a permanent edifice in 1835. 2 brothers-in-law opened a shipyard on Joel's property. Another close neighbor became Bridgeport's largest purveyor of clams and oysters. The women of the community were renowned as cooks at a time when new money, white people aspired to European sophistication at their dining tables. Joel's sister Mary earned a fortune as a chef for New York hotels, and President Jackson. Mary Freedman's neighbor across Main Street was the head cook in the household of P.T. Barnum. In 1853, a major resort hotel opened, attracting people from all over the major East Coast cities and cementing the community's reputation as one of the stellar examples of successful Native American enterprise. Not just who built them damn hotels. I bet you them Indians did. A man named William Sherman came of age during this heady period of partook of the South End community's intoxicating atmosphere. The son of the shipyard owners on Joe Freeman's property, Sherman worked his way up to the position of the first mate on whaling ships out of New London, sailing around the world a total of 9 times. We know from the meticulous records he kept that he was in frequent contact with virtually all members of the Golden Hill Paugussett tribe, that he was immersed in Indian culture and tradition, with particular emphasis on the use of medicinal plants, and that he served as a virtual ambassador of the Golden Hill Indians to the world at large, surviving into an era when the covert Indian activity of the Jacksonian era could begin to come out into the open. Sherman apparently fretted, however, about the prospects of the cultural survival in a Bridgeport that was evolving from a relatively small seaport town to a polyglot on worldly industrial city. As the whaling business declined precipitously in the 1860s, he moved his young family to the rural village of Nicholas, site of the Golden Hill Reservation from 1841 to 1854, and perhaps the place where he himself had grown up. Sherman took it up himself to secure a permanent land base for the tribe, working much of his adult life to purchase a small holding that contained an Indian burial ground and to construct a house on it. This he deeded to the state of Connecticut prior to his death to be held in trust and perpetuity as the Golden Hill Reservation. Sherman's biography, excuse me, Sherman's biography is included in both Heard's 1881 and Orcutt's 1886 histories, detailing his descent, his great knowledge of native culture, and the responsibility of his chieftainship. See how much more we got to go. There is not that much. Unlike the other Indian reservations in Connecticut, and indeed the whole of the American continent, the land base William Sherman reestablished was minuscule, 1/4 of an acre, and therefore unable to provide living space for any real portion of the tribal membership. So from time to time of its inception in 1875, the Golden Hill Trumbull Reservation has served more or less as the executive offices of the tribe, as well as the home of its chieftain. There are complex reasons why an urbanized tribe like the Paugussets were not able to live together in a community. Due to treaties that went back to the days of first contact, reservation Indians were not taxed, were not liable for debts, and were not subject to certain laws, such as those pertaining to hunting and fishing licenses. Conversely, they were not allowed to vote or own real property. Damn. American Indians living on the reservations did not obtain the right to become American citizens until 1924. And it was not until 1940 that Indians born on American soil were automatically considered to be citizens of the United States. And so the rank and file members of the Golden Hill Paugussett tribe continued to live out their lives in their respective communities in Bridgeport, Ansonia, and scattered about the various towns of Southeast Fairfield and Southwest New Haven counties. The Paugussett tribe is remarkable for the continuity of its leadership, which can be traced back in the unbroken line of Quirragh in the 1630s through Musquat in the 1660s, Ramag and Montauk from the beginning to the middle of the 18th century, and Tom Sherman, Shoran, as the century drew to a close. Tom Sherman Jr. assumed the leadership role following his father's death in 1801 and served until his own passing in 1849. It should be noted that Joel Freeman served in a demonstrable leadership role in the South End community as well until his death in 1865. This brings us to William Sherman, the first of the Paugussett tribal leaders to attract the interest of plethora of writers, newsmen, and biographers during the course of this lifetime. William Sherman was succeeded as chief in 1886 by his son George. George's daughter Ethel was installed as chiefess rising star at an impressive ceremony in 1933 that attracted 20 tribal chiefs from across America. George's son Edward was named Chief Blackhawk following the father's passing in 1938. Blackhawk served for the remainder of his life, which ended in 1974. The next in line was Ethel's son, Aurelius, known as Big Chief Eagle. And that's your dad. Big Chief Eagle became a nationally known spokesman for the Indian rights, like the great grandfather William Sherman, fought for the preservation and renewal of the tribe's land base. Under his leadership, a second reservation, 108 acres in size, was purchased for the tribe in the eastern Connecticut town of Colchester, which is where you are. Recognized by the colony and state of Connecticut continuously for some 350 years, the Golden Hill Paugussett tribe applied for federal recognition with a simple, heartfelt letter from Chief Big Eagle to President Ronald Reagan in 1982. Meanwhile, in October of 1983, President Reagan signed a bill which granted federal recognition to Connecticut's Mashantucket Pequot tribe, exempting them from the normal administrative process of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which requires documentation of cultural and community continuity, as well as political organization for each and every decade from time of first contact to the present day. The Mashantuckets went on to build the world's largest resort casino, which for a time was also among the most lucrative. In 1994, the Mohegan tribe across the river was also federally recognized, despite the seeming disqualification factor that the tribe had voluntarily disbanded itself in 1861. The Mohegans as well went on to build one of the world's most lucrative gaming facilities. As can be seen, the passage of the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act by Congress in 1988 created a new dynamic that skewed the motivation in many people's minds for seeking federal recognition. Chief Big Eagle, perplexed by the seeming inequity of having one of the state's tribes skate through the process while the others were held to standards that were virtually impossible to meet. How does one account for tribal cultural and political activity as witnessed by disinterested third-party sources during the decade of the 1830s? For example, when by the government's own policies, such activities would have resulted in exile of the entire tribe to be dreaded Oklahoma Territory. Decided to retire from his active pursuit in 1991, he named his son Aurelius Jr. Chief Quiet Hawk and retired from the fray. Chief Quiet Hawk, an ex-Marine, rose to the occasion. He doggedly pursued the quest for recognition, overcoming every bureaucratic hurdle as it was thrown in his way. Thousands upon thousands of records were scrutinized from every archival source, putting together a rather complete picture of a continuing relationship between the Golden Hill Paugussets and the colony and state. The onus was put on the tribe to account for the inadequacy and incompetence of the state's own appointed overseers, who often charged hefty fees to the tribe's account while neglecting to keep any records at all. Meanwhile, the governor of the state of Connecticut and the entire congressional delegation stood united in opposition to the Paugussets ever being granted federal recognition. Many prejudicial statements were issued by elected officials that would seem to have tainted the integrity of the evaluation process. Chief Big Eagle died in August 2008 at age 91, never living to see the hoped for day when recognition would be granted. In the face of daunting opposition, Chief Quiet Heart remains unrelenting in this quest for justice. And I land there. And that was an incredible history that you put together. And that's crazy. What happened to y'all? What happened to the Pequots? Because which is crazy. The Pequots was it was a treaty written that they be never exist again.
Right. And that the name Pequot never be uttered again in the colony of Connecticut. That was written by the colonial legislature in Hartford in 1638.
Wow. So it really is. Let me ask you this. So they gave you have the two reservations that they left your family
Right.
after all the land that they took. I mean, they took thousands of acres from y'all, and they left
More
you
than
with a.
thousands of acres. They took
I
more than a
know.
thousand of acres. But see, it's like this. Unfortunately, you got some people who was given recognition that's not even Indians. If you can buy your shit in America, as long as you can buy your way, you can have your way. Like you said, our history is strong and long. So there's no reason why the Paugussett Nation did not receive federal recognition along with the Pequots and, all those who oppose the rules, let's say, um, the rules change to benefit certain people. You understand what I'm saying? We're forced to follow the rules while other people don't have no rules. As long as they can spend money, they can be who anything they are. I'm not going to say who it is, but they know who it is. They got a tribe who has federal recognition who's not even native. But the natives, they ignore, because we don't look right. We don't talk right. We don't live right. Unfortunately, when you have a system where you can make your own laws as you go along instead of following the law and the government don't enforce the law, then this is what happens. You're put to the side. You understand what I'm saying? And then you have intertribal workers who people who working with those people, don't want to follow tradition, do not know nothing about their heritage, and they're subtle with what goes on. And in other words, they accept the crumbs that master slide off the table. Unlike me, I'm a traditional Indian. I'm like my father. I'm not selling for nothing. My people deserve the life that we built, not the life that destroyed. You got natives running around here talking about we got a holiday. We ain't got nothing. They gave us a holiday on Columbus Day. That's still this day. And everybody running around, they happy. Well, me, I'm not happy. It's an insult to me. Our Holocaust is still going on today. You know, the misdeception of America is deceiving the Native Americans that we're one certain kind. Just like I was looking at some show. They was talking about the dark skinned Indian. What they don't understand is the dark skinned Indian been here in America ever since America been here. Before they even started slavery, they was here. It's not you're not your skin is not designed by the continent you're from.
Right.
There's always been black Indians. There's always been brown Indians. There's always been tan Indians. There's always been white Indians. It depends on where you are.
Mm-hmm.
But the white man categorized America and lied to America into believing that they're something that they're not. Just like the Mexicans. They're natives, but they call them Mexicans to keep them from getting what's theirs. You have the Aztec and the Incas, and you had the Mayans. The Mayans integrated with the slavery, so a lot of people didn't want to deal with the Aztec and Incas. They were just as dark as any black man. So was the Choctaw. You know, uh, these were not African descendants. These were natives.
Right.
You got black Chinese and every Asiatic race, which means people of color. You have dark skinned people, you have light skinned people. But America categorized so they can, if they could divide you, they could conquer you, and that's what they did.
Yeah.
They pit you against him, him against him, just like they did the slaves. The house, excuse my language, I don't want to offend nobody, but the house nigga was treated better than the field hand. And that mentality went on through society. If you over here, we want something, we'll mistreat you and make you leave or come up with a law to get rid of you. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the misidentity and the mishistory is how they divided and conquered so easy. They come in with their crosses talking about Christianity while the army is in camp right outside your town. And if you don't agree with them, they slip in the middle of the night and do what they're going to do. And it's all under the name of God.
Doctrine of discovery.
Pardon me?
Doctrine of discovery.
Yes, yes, but the thing of it is as far as my nation is concerned, we are a part of American history. There is never been a war in America or with America that we haven't participated. They act like we don't exist, but yet they reap our rewards. Look at Jim Thorpe, one of the greatest athletes ever. He should be on the stage with Jesse Owens, but they stripped him. They stripped him because he chose to feed his family over deals that they wanted to make. But yet America still kept the trinkets, the golds. But anything a native do, we don't get. Just like there's a code that the Navajos made. That tribe should be one of the most honored tribes in America because of what they did during that war. But you just might hear a movie, might hear a speak, but you don't see them getting their reward. You don't see them getting their just due. We know we can't get our land back, but we need to be. This is like you look at school now. Now they're talking about we need to teach people about the Hispanics and the blacks, but you notice they ain't teaching you about the natives because they trying to throw away that part.
Correct. They want they look at how many
we are America. Right. Yeah, we are America, but you don't hear them talking about us. They'll sit here and talk about the Jewish Holocaust, but what about our Holocaust? Everybody in this world celebrate our Holocaust, and they do it openly. Thanksgiving was the day that the beginning of our Holocaust, but nobody talks about that. They celebrate that, and the white man sits back and laugh at you because they know what they did on Thanksgiving, and everybody will go out there and buy that turkey and eat it to celebrate that day. Wow. You understand what I'm saying? But that's the day they went in and raped, maimed, and slaughtered that tribe.
Yeah.
And it's a great day for America, white America. But that's the day you don't want to talk about.
Can you repeat that again about that holiday? Can you repeat that again about the holiday? What
Thanksgiving is the day that they trick the tribe in to celebrate. Supposed to be, togetherness, peace, and all that. They got them in there, fed them. They made sure they counted every last one of them. They started giving the males alcohol, and when everybody got incapacitated or asleep, they started raping, chopping, killing, and they killed them and took their land. And that day is celebrated all through the world right now. And don't nobody have a problem with it. But the Jewish Holocaust, that's all they talk about. Oh, that's a shame what happened to them. It's a shame what happened to the natives. But you ain't talking about that. You ain't trying to pay them back. Because you're still trying to wipe us out. There's 5 recognized tribes in the state of Connecticut. Tell me why only 2 of them got federal recognition.
Exactly. My point.
And we're recognized in the Paugussett. The reason why I let people know that I'm a Paugussett Indian is because we're embedded through American history from the top to the bottom. And then the Pequots, I can't pronounce the name, but I'm pretty sure Charles don't want to talk about it. Start with an S. It's the other tribe in Connecticut that's state recognized. They look over us. And then the Indians, basically, that has federal recognition, they ain't never did nothing for us. They might as well say they spit on us, look by us.
Wow.
You understand what I'm saying? It's 5 recognized tribes that have been recognized in this state from the beginning to the end. And the end ain't even here. Wow. But they want you to be quiet and they come about I'm offensive. I'm not offensive because the truth is what it is. How can you celebrate murder, rape, or blasphemy with a holiday and then act like nothing happened? But yet you want to talk about every other thing, but you don't want to talk about what happened to the natives, how you took our land, how you. Matter of fact, it was a grave site up there in the Dakotas with over 100 some children. They still ain't found the murderer and they ain't looking because they
Wow.
don't care. You
Wow.
had teachers supposed to be male teachers teaching the boys. They was raping the boys, and all they did was move the teacher to another center to rape another child.
Oh my goodness.
You know, it's all through history. This is documented proof that they don't care. And then why should we have to beg a white man to give us what they know they owe us?
Facts.
Why should we need your approval? You got a guideline you want us to follow, but the white people didn't follow it. They're now known as Indians.
Mm.
And everybody knows the truth. They just be quiet. They want to, it's just like what's going on in this tribe. I'm my father's son. I'm the eldest. And I met with so much hardship. I got to fight with these people and fight my own people so I could succeed. This reservation I'm living on, there's only two families on it, me and my nephew. We should have housing. We don't have housing like the other tribes, the Pequots and them. The ones that's not recognized, they step on us and treat us like we're nothing. And do anybody help us? You don't see nobody coming by trying to put no water in, but you want to send $50 billion to Ukraine, but you can't take care of your own people. You
Wow.
want to send $500 billion there, but I can't get 20 million to take care of my reservation, to build my home up. That doesn't make any sense to me. And all these Americans run around here. It's a good thing what they're doing for Ukraine. Well, what about what you're doing for the Native American? Because me, I ain't no American Indian. I'm a Native American.
Now
Don't
that
call me an Indian. Indians live in India.
that
They from India.
now tell me what your thoughts are. I don't know why it's echoing like that.
Probably because I'm sitting outside. I'm
No,
sitting outside.
it's not you.
Oh, okay.
Let me turn my phone off. Maybe that's the issue. Hang on.
We deal in hardships every day. Um,
Somebody close by you must have it on.
no, it's nobody by me. I'm sitting
Okay.
outside. See, I'm sitting outside on the reservation.
Oh, okay.
I'm on the reservation. I'm outside. Ain't nobody by me. There's nothing.
Well. So let me say this. Maybe it's me. Let me see what's going on here
Let
with
me
my
see. Maybe about. Let me see.
settings. Echoing audio. Cancelize
You know,
echoing.
I don't see how we can send billions of dollars overseas and we can't take care of our own people. One thing I give Canada credit for, they realized the natives are the original people of that land. And they gave every native over their federal recognition. But the United States won't follow because they didn't get rid of us like they wanted to. We're the thorn in their side. You know, we're the only people in this country that got to have a social security number and an ID number to match. So when you die, they know you dead. That was going. They keep a good account. You know, and once in a blue moon, do they think of us and give us something? They gonna try to give us a community center when we should have housing. I got homeless members that should be living on their own land, but they making somebody else rich because that's what they want. Like they said, we was forced to speak their language, forced to learn their religion. But it's a unique thing. Old as I am, um, I'm very traditional. I try to live off the land. You know, I'm not a TV person or a store ball person. I sit here and watch certain members. They shop at Amazon for the Indian wear. I won't wear nothing unless it's made. You know, running around buying hairdressers that made by the white man. What the white man know about making you a hairdress? You order from Amazon, making Amazon rich. Won't you learn how to sew your own shit?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't into making somebody else rich. We want to be self-sufficient, and we can be. All the white man got to do is honor the laws that they made.
Honor their treaties.
You know, and
What
honor
about the
what you said.
undrip? What about the undrip? You have that, and it's interesting because they left you with 108 acres in which you sit on right now in Colchester, and then the 80
No, they didn't
acres.
leave me with it. My father fostered this. No, they didn't leave us with it. They left us with Trumbull. Trumbull should be a historical site in the state of Connecticut. Nobody should be living in that log cabin since my father passed away, because that's a part of Connecticut history. He fought hard for that, him and his father. There should be another house built there, and that should be a museum. Now, Colchester, my father purchased so the family can become one community, but the white man and certain senators stopping us from being that community. They talk good in the news media, but behind doors, they be like, fuck them.
Yeah, wow.
Look at this. I mean, there's two houses up here. Look at this. Look at this. This is what it looked like.
But it's so
This is what it
beautiful.
looked like.
The land. The
It's
land is so
beautiful up here,
beautiful.
but it should be houses up here. It should be a community up here.
Yeah.
You know, this land was purchased over 20 years ago, and it's the best it done got.
Yeah.
They come on, don't nobody want to live up there. That's a lie. I can bring 12 families up here now that would move up here in a blink of an eye. They don't want us living like we supposed to. They don't want us gardening. You know, the Pequanics were great fishermen, great hunters, great farmers. I mean, you'd be surprised at what I did to this little spot that I just cleared out myself manually, by myself.
Yeah.
I had a heat stroke. I called Charles. Charles, no, I'm not lying. I had heat exhaustion, almost had a stroke. Then I got a bunch of wasps that attacked me. I couldn't even go next door because I didn't feel comfortable because of the way that I'm treated. I'm alienated because I'm still a native, living native. I refuse to live the white man life. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to educate and train. You know, not too long ago, I just killed and ate a turtle. Everybody frowned it up. What you mean? That's part of our heritage and tradition, living off this land. We done got so far and accustomed away from it that we frown upon our own tradition and beliefs. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You done got comfortable with Uber. You done got comfortable with driving your fancy Cadillac. But if you had to come out in these woods, you'd be lost. We're going to end up like everybody else, lost. And that's what they want, so they can come in and take your land. You understand what I'm saying? This is our land. And my father founded it years ago. And there's only two families up here. Come on, that's senseless, because every time you try to put housing up here, they come up with an excuse or whop a two-way or say we don't need housing. You know, and it's a bad thing. But I'm fighting for the preservation of my family. Like, you know, my grandmother. See, people don't understand why she became chiefess. There was no males available to be chief. So a female can be chief in extreme circumstances when there is no males left to be chief. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We always had a leader. We always had a male leadership. It's always go to the eldest. Unless there's not a man. Then they got so much away from tradition. It's a shame. You know, and it's a disgrace. And I look at a lot of tribes. They're comfortable with the crumbs that master's given them. I'm not. And I'm not happy about the so-called Native Day, which is Columbus Day. I'm not happy about, you know, you all running around here celebrating this, celebrating that, but you don't even know what you celebrate. You celebrating our Holocaust with a smile, having a big meal. You know, white man doing what he did that day. Get drunk, sit back, and eat and be fat and take what he wants. Well, me, on the other hand, I don't eat turkey. None. Never did. Never did. Since my grandmother told me what happened, I never ate turkey. That's one piece of meat I don't eat.
Oh,
Why should
that's
I celebrate my people's death? When you gonna stop taking from us and giving us? You run to another country and give them 500 billion, 1000 million, but you right here in our own country, you look over us. It's a lot of tribes like us all through America. And it doesn't matter whether they're black, white, red, or yellow. They're Native Americans, just like these Mexicans. They Native. South America and North America connected. You don't think we ran up and down these borders?
right.
You
Absolutely.
go down in the Amazon, I can guarantee you can find a tribe living in the jungle and they're black.
Yep.
And they don't even speak English.
Mm.
You know, you can go around this world and these jungles, anybody living in a tribal setting is a native. That's what they don't want you to know. Any and everybody that live in a tribal setting is a native, including you African brothers. You just live in a hotter continent, that's all. But you live in a tribal setting. I bet you don't live in a rock. I bet you live in a tribal setting. Hut, TP, same thing.
So let
Same
me
thing.
ask you this. I'm a, let I want to talk to Charles for a minute, if you don't mind, Chief. May I?
No, I don't mind. I don't mind.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna mute you for a second and ask Charles some questions. I got you. I got you, Chief. I got you. Cause I'm coming back to you. Don't go nowhere. You can smoke. Cause I take my little smokes too. Charles.
Yeah, I'm here.
So that was a phenomenal history of my brothers, the Paugussets. Let me ask you some basic questions first. As far as, and Chief, you can pop in if you want to, you know, answer in addition to them, okay? Anytime. I'm gonna first take you to this because
No, Charles very
there,
proficient.
Chief, there seems to be like some type of uh distinguishment according to Noah Webster, where Aboriginals versus American Indian. So they're saying American, okay, an American for the definition in Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary, a native of America, uh, originally applied to the Aboriginals. That's what an American was, or copper colored races found here by the Europeans. So they're saying that American originally mean um, it applied to the Aboriginals of America, basically, or the copper colored races, which is what I am. If you look at a penny, copper colored, found here by the Europeans, that's what American was before the Europeans came. But now it's applying to the descendants of Europeans born in America. What are your thoughts on that, Charles and Aurelius? What do you Noah Webster dictionary? What is your thoughts?
Well, America, that word comes from Amerigo Vespucci, who was an Italian map maker. So has nothing to do with anything that was Native American. You know,
Okay.
it's like if I was calling Chinese people Rocco or something. It makes no sense at all. Aboriginal means native to this land.
Land.
Like
That's
like
what it
soil.
means.
Yeah,
Does it mean coming out of the soil, an aboriginal?
yeah,
Because they have aboriginals of every country, like people who literally came from the soil, who's just been there infinitely. That's what an aboriginal is.
right.
Yeah, the people who's there, the original people of the land, regardless of
Right.
who conquered it, you have a certain group of people who's the original people of that land.
So
And
do
just
you
because you was
consider
more
your
powerful or more of a murderer and took something doesn't make you the owner of that land.
right?
You understand what I'm saying? And that's what
I
they're
do.
trying to swipe away. They don't want the original landowners to be productive, successful. They want to be able to look back and say, look at them. That's why we did them the way they did them. We don't have the same benefits. And we're true, matter of fact, we want to name this place America. Okay, fine. But we're true Americans. So we don't get the benefit that most Americans get. In fact, we actually get the opposite. You understand what I'm saying?
I
You know,
understand.
but they lay claim to their great businesses. Well, you wouldn't have a business without us. Most of
Right.
these businesses are successful. We built this land. They didn't even know how to clear land. Everything that they know, we taught them. But do we get any respect for it? No. They lay claim to everything that they done took, stole, or killed for. You understand what I'm saying? And they will not give you no credit for. Without us, there was no success.
Mm, that's right. Oh, he's telling too much. Go. There he goes. Here he goes.
With the
He's got to tune back in. There you go. You fell
they,
off for a minute.
they was trying to replace the natives with the Africans because it was hard for them. They had to take us away from here to be slaves because we weren't being slaves in our own country. You slap me, I'm gonna slap you back. You know, it's not our chiefs was. They was in charge. When they said something, you did it. There ain't no question. They didn't like that, so that's why they had to get rid of you. When you bring the Africans, they didn't know no better, so they were just trying to replace you. They put the natives on the boat, bring the Africans on the boat, replace this group. You understand
So
what I'm saying?
here's my question to that. They only brought 20 Africans on the mainland, and they brought them to Virginia. They never brought
Hmm.
them here. So they did not replace you. They only brought 20
No, they
non-Negro.
they tried. They was trying. Now, when I say replace us, I'm talking about nationwide. Not talking about just Connecticut.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
talking about just Connecticut. I'm not talking about Connecticut. I'm talking about the United States. That was their goal. That was their idea. It was a dumb idea, but that was their goal. And when that didn't work, then they come up with the you need a piece of paper to be free, so you help us kill these savages, and we get you your free paper. And that's where the Buffalo Soldiers come from. They tricked them too. You know,
Oh,
see, they tricked everybody into believing that you need a piece of paper. Life is simple. You don't need that paper to be who you are. But they trick people and beat it in them to the point that they believe they needed a signature and a paper from them to move around this country. Well, we moved around freely. And now we
right.
need permission to go and come. And that's due to their law, because in our day, you can move anywhere you wanted to, as long as you didn't get in somebody else's territory. But now you have rules. See, the rules was designed for them, by them, and it's not for us. The sad thing of it is, you got you got people that really wants to do good, but you got the ones that's in charge, sitting behind the screen. They don't want to do nothing because it infuriates them that you exist because they know that you're the one who designed this, built this. If you look in certain native cultures, pyramids ain't in just in Africa. They right there in Mexico. They right here. You got a tribe, got a pyramid right down. I think is it Louisiana or
We have
Oklahoma,
more
maybe
pyramids
Colorado.
over here, pyramids
That's
and
right.
mounds over
And
here
people
than
and
they
people
have in the
don't know
world.
that. And people
Oh,
don't know that. And they was
Biggest
designed
pyramid,
by us for us. That's
biggest
right.
pyramid of all is in Illinois.
say that again,
Yeah.
Charles.
The biggest pyramid of all, bigger than the ones in Egypt, is in Cahokia, Illinois,
Yeah.
just above
Wow.
East St. Louis. And I've seen it and I've climbed it, and it's
They let you climb it?
there's it's a beautiful state park, state of Illinois. They've got a fantastic museum,
Uh-huh.
and
Hmm.
95% of people in America have never heard of it.
Hmm.
Exactly.
You know, you
Exactly.
Wow.
It's a lot of stuff that Americans never heard of.
Let me show you both something. I pulled this from Connecticut, and it's a return of the number of inhabitants in the state of Connecticut in February 1st, 1782, and also of the Indians and Negroes. And the funny thing is, they put us together on the end. Do you see this? You
Yeah,
got
of
headers.
course,
They're
of
one and the
course,
same. It's like it's the darker and the lighter. They made the
of course,
Negroes the darker Indian and the Indians the lighter one. And it's
of
bullshit
course.
because it's saying that there was a total of 55,000 white people and Harvard, right? And only 1,320 Indians in the city of Harvard. Is that bullshit or crap shit or what?
Well, you
What are
know,
your
back
thoughts
then,
on that?
a lot of people did not want to claim that they was natives, and now everybody want to be a native, including the white people, because they can
Ah,
benefit from it. But back then, even you had people scared for their life. It's just like slavery. You were scared for your life if you say, "Well, I'm a native," and they found
yeah,
out,
they
you know, it was something that was going to be done to you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they built schools to send us to so we can learn how to speak English, learn how to wear their clothes. That's why I don't wear cowboy boots because I don't represent the American cowboy. I represent my people. People always tell me, "Why don't you get some cowboy?" Because I'm not a cowboy. You know, that's for them. I'm a native. Why would keep your history going when you study trying to kill mine? And that's the difference between me and everybody else. I'm not going to keep your history going and your belief going while you killing mine.
facts.
You understand what I'm saying? You give us a crumb, and I'm supposed to come to the table. Thank you, master. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I mean,
Yo,
you gotta do what you gotta do
Chief,
with me,
what is
huh?
your um what are your thoughts about the commissioner of Ontario ordering the census takers and the superintendents to get rid of our Indian names and give us these uh, 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 European names?
Because it was to categorize you. See, the thing of it is, if you was dark, then we could label you a black man. If you was like my color, I'm a mulatto. If you look like you white, well, put him on the special class because we can make him white and we show him what he can get, and he'll turn on them and work for us. You
Uh,
understand what I'm saying? You
yeah,
understand what I'm saying? That's what
yes.
you got some Native Americans who look white, but they native, but they go against their own for that better life.
Oh,
It's like see, everything revolves around the slave mentality. The house nigga gets treated better, and they usually the lighter brothers. The dark niggas work in the field, get that cotton, and they treated badly. And that's what it is. It's categorizing and manipulation.
it
See,
divided
if you
us.
look like this, you can't go over here. But if you look like this, you can get near the gate. But if you look like this, you can go through the gate.
Wow.
That's a fact.
I yeah. I
I'm going through that now in my own tribe. I had one of my tribal members told me, "I'm tired every time I try to help you people."
oh
Could you believe that? You people, who are you? Yeah, yeah.
wow.
That's how they've been trained and taught because they want that better half. They don't want this half here.
Now, does this
They want
person have
that better
more?
half.
Does this person have
That's
more of her
right.
European features, and they
Well,
feel
they
like they
think
can
so.
talk to you that way?
They think so. They think so.
Yeah, I
You
get it.
understand what I'm
You
saying?
know
So,
what you just explained, Chief. What you just explained, Chief. And I actually want to fix your name, your Indian name, and not the European one they gave you. So, what is your
yeah, I'm
Indian
Chief
name?
Bear Eagle. I'm
Chief,
Chief Bear Eagle. Bear
wait,
Eagle.
Chief Beer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that. instead
Yes.
of the one that they made you take. So what you just explained about the categorizing of the Indians, it's interesting because I found an article that really backs up what you just said. And this article literally says, as the
Right.
Negroes and Indians work side by side on the farm and in the shops, their natural traits are conspicuously illustrated. The Indian is the quicker, the more agile on a spurt, but his black brother has vastly more staying power. The Indian has the more able and nimble legs, but the Negro is better developed in the chest and arms, all because of very obvious reason. And this is a general who wrote this. So that
See,
really like
that's what
coincides
they
with what
do
you
and been
said.
doing through history. They
Yeah.
do this. They do this today. They do this today. Look,
Yeah.
if you walk like a duck and talk like a duck, you a duck. But if you were a certain color and you could manipulate your form and forget who you are and go over here, you could be accepted. But as these five brothers just found out that you can only be accepted so far. You know, you understand what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
picture if five black cops had to kill a white boy, they would have hesitated. But five black cops killed the black boy, and they didn't hesitate to fire him, charge him, and everything. Didn't take a month. But when a white cop kills a minority, they lucky they get charged. See, so they twisting the facts. They trying to show, oh yeah, we're with the public, but it was five black cops. So you really ain't did nothing. Do that to five white cops. I know the five white cops that killed Floyd didn't go through that.
So
Ain't nothing fair. Ain't
would
nothing's fair.
you be a house Negro or a field Negro?
You
Or
know what I'm gonna be. Come on,
do
man.
you get
Come on.
that?
Come on, man. Ain't no way. I just told you. I'm not happy with what comes off the table. I can't be a house nigga. Never could I be. Never could I be. I
So
would be in
okay,
the field. I probably
okay.
would get killed though. They
They
probably
would
would have killed me.
they put you in the field.
No, they probably would have killed me. Cause you got one time to hit me with a whip. And I ain't
But
trying to
from what
hear
I'm
that book
hearing,
say turn the other cheek. No, no, no.
but history tells us different that it wasn't white master with the whip. It was us because we had our own farms in the South, and it was our
Hmm.
parents whooping us because we, as their children, were the slaves. Our masters were our fathers and mothers. Our
Well,
fathers.
see, I can't comment on that because I'm a native. I don't know what uh, uh at that time the Africans was forced to do, but I can only talk about what the natives did. We didn't do that.
But they wasn't Africans. They were literally the people. They were the Indians in the South. They were not
Well, I don't know.
Africans.
I can't speak on the natives in the South. I can only basically it'd be unfair for me to speak about another tribe when I really don't know them or their
Right.
culture or their tradition. See, me, I'm a chief. I'm not gonna speak on another tribe. That's their tribe's business. My
Right.
business is my tribe. What
Right.
I'm concerned with is my tradition, my heritage, my well-being of my family.
Right. Right.
Anything bothers the well-being of the Quanic Paugussett, then that's when you see me. I
Right.
can't speak on another tribe. It would be unfair for me to even have that opinion because each tribe is similar, but they have their own religious belief, they have their own customs, they have their own tradition and heritage. That's like
Hmm.
me going over there trying to act like I'm white. And no, I can't pull it off. As soon as I open my mouth, they're going to lock me up. So I can't do that. I can only speak for my people and what's good or bad for us. I can speak on other natives as a whole by our treatment because we treated the same by
Mhm.
uh, uh, the house niggas, the security or whatever. We're all treated the same. So I can have an opinion on that. But to pick out a tribe and say, this is what they do. I can't say that. I don't know what their tradition is, what their belief is. And it would be unfair as a chief to have an opinion about them. So I stick within my guidelines of my tribe. Now, in the
Right.
Native Americans as a whole, I can talk about the treatment of the whole of all, because we great nations inside of a great nation. We
Right.
fought for this nation, died for this nation, but we won't be accepted by our nation for various reasons. You
Right.
know, we know we can't get our land back, but you got to give us something because you done made all this wealth off of our backs.
Right.
You can't just take from us and then act like we don't exist, and everybody know we exist. We've embedded in history, but you
Right.
come up with laws because you don't want to get a Pequot, the Paugussets, and the who's that, y'all? The Seneca?
Shadiak, Shattuck.
Huh?
Cataclysm.
Shattuck. The Shattuckos, they don't want to give us what we do, but we're in this history, and we're never going anywhere. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yes.
But they don't want to give us what's rightfully ours. But they'll give the Ukrainians, the Jews, the Italians, anybody else there, but they ain't gonna give us ours because that's too much like right. But yet they walk around with their Bibles talking about God said. Shut up. You don't even believe what you preach. You don't believe what you preach.
So I
You
mean,
know, I walk the walk, talk the talk. I ain't afraid of nothing.
Chief,
You know,
sure you
it
won't
is the
be
truth.
a house? You sure you won't be no house Negro? Because look at Rodney. He
I
about
tell you
the
what.
same. But
I
I
tell
like
you what.
Rodney. Rodney's a good
You
man.
know, you know me. You know me. What do you think?
I think you should take your house nigga job and get your casino up.
Ain't the casino over with, baby. We, ain't no casino for us. That's all. That play is dead. I'm taking the tribe in a new era, a new way.
Right.
That casino shit, that's been gone for 20 years. And if anybody think that we want a casino, they foolish. That's not what we are.
Right.
We just want to be self sufficient. We
That's
want
one of
to.
the first when we established. That's one of the first things that they asked us if we have intentions on putting up a casino.
No, we don't. Not under my watch, but I really would like to do. Everybody got to eat. You know, the Pequanics was great farmers, great fishermen. So I
Yeah.
want to go back to the beginning and provide substance because everybody got to eat. You can have your
Correct.
casino. You know,
Correct.
um, we're we're great workers. We got some good people in this tribe, um, and we just want to be self sufficient so we can feed our family and provide
Right. For the community.
tools for the community. If we, get us a nice hog farm, chicken farm, or something, raise some greens, cabbages. We want to produce because that's where we come from. I'm not
Correct.
trying to live the white man's dream. I want to, our people was always self sufficient and strong willed and hard work.
Hmm.
Well, you got to put in work for what you want. In the casino, that ain't it. It's just like they're trying to get a community center when they should have houses. You know, uh, you got to put the people together so they can know each other and work together. Without a community, you nothing. You
Right.
know, with a
That's
community,
right.
you become strong, you become
Right.
powerful, and that's why
Yes.
they don't want Gussie to have a community.
Right.
See, we
Because they know that
thinkers.
power is in the people.
That's right. That's why they separate the Mexicans and everybody and make them believe they're something that they're not, and they ain't nothing but natives. They ain't nothing but
Hmm.
natives.
Facts.
You know, if I tell
And it,
you, if I can get you to believe that you're something that you're not, I don't want the war. I don't want the battle,
yeah, pretty
and
much.
that's what it is. See, you can't trick me. I don't. I mean, there ain't nothing else you can do to me that you ain't already done. And if it's death, I look forward to it because life wasn't so good.
But that's okay. You're still here. So you're here for a reason, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And
I'm here
that's
for a
what's
reason.
and that's what's important. And that's what the focus should be. You're here for a reason. And you keep it that way.
So I push on. I'm never going to give up the struggle. I'm a
That's
prodigy
right.
of my people. You know, but that this community is very important. This is 2023, finna be 24. Why the Paugussett does not have housing?
I get it. And we're gonna have a meeting. I can't wait to meet with you. Um, and we're gonna talk about that, but not on YouTube. It's not for YouTube. But
Oh yeah, I
Charles,
know.
Yep.
I want to ask you this. Okay, so back in 1751, Benjamin Franklin's observation of mankind. He states here, this is in 1751, and he writes, which leads me to add one remark that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionably very small. All Africa is black or tawny, and during that time, Africa was not even used, that word. Asia, chiefly tawny. America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so. He's saying all of America was black or tawny. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans, that the Saxons only accepted with the English make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. So my question to you is, if back in 1751, you got all these niggas that was really the Asians was black, because 20 is black. The America was wholly black, nothing but niggas here, black. And in Europe, he's saying the Spaniards, the Italians, the French, the Russians, the Swedes, and the damn Germans was all swarthy. More niggas. So if that's the case, my question to you is, when them damn pilgrims came, are you mean to tell me that these was niggas that was taking out the damn Indians? That's what I want to know. Because he said everything was black and
Except
tawny,
except for the English and the Saxons.
and it wasn't that many of them. So how is a few? Oh, I get it. Now I get it. They had a few white guys here, but they were able to get the Indians to go against the Indians. That was the only way they was able to
That's
take
what I
them
just
out.
told. If you could divide, you could always conquer. You don't need a big army to take an army. You got it. This here is the best weapon you ever gonna have. And if I can get you to go against your brother, your cousin, I done already won.
Ah,
You don't need you don't need a multitude to take over. It's just like Jim Crow told him, if you give me this much money, I bet sure slavery will last over 400 years after I'm gone. And did it? Because once you mess with this, you ain't control. I allow nobody to control this. Because you see with your eyes, you taste with your mouth, you hear with your ears. But people don't believe what they seeing, and they let it just go on. You see just like what the police do. It'd be 100 police stumping the shit out of Puerto Rican dude, and nobody will say nothing. But let them grab a white person, and they be the only white person on the block. Next thing you know, the news is there and everybody else there, and they stop. But when it's a minority, everybody watching, but they don't care because it's been embedded that that's not my problem. As long as I can keep you divided, I can do what I want, say what I want, go where I want. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah.
And that's been what's going on in the world for so long. Conquer and divide, divide and conquer.
Mm.
That's the whole key about success. I take the strong ones out with me. You take the weak ones and you build them up. Matter of fact, just put them in the kitchen. But I take the strong ones over here and we build the skyscraper. And then I label them to what they are, what I want them to be. You understand what I'm saying? If you could divide a person, you could conquer them. If, it's just like the children. You know, you got kids. They try to pit mama against dad. You know what I'm saying? But good parents don't play that. What did mama say? Or what did daddy say? And that's over with. Bad parents, well, mama said I could do it. You see what I'm saying? Because they're not bagging each other up. They need to learn how to divide and conquer. You know what I'm saying? So once you learn how to divide and conquer, you can take over a whole nation. You know, what's the difference in them giving Ukraine 500 billion than giving 500 billion to the natives right here in the U.S.? What's the difference? They ain't got the money.
Mm.
Think
So
about it.
Charles, thank you, Chief. So Charles, with him saying that there's only a few white people on the face of the earth, right? My question, and I told you it would be touchy. It was only a few white people that made up the face of the earth, the English and the Saxons.
Yeah, well,
Since it was just a few, what did you say, Charles? I'm sorry.
you got to understand, back in Benjamin Franklin's day, Benjamin Franklin didn't get around too much. If he's calling Swedish people swarthy, I mean, he'd never been
Yep.
to Sweden and looked at those people.
He
Same
took
with,
notes of his observations.
but he didn't have opportunity to observe a whole
Right.
lot. Because it took
Exactly.
a couple of months to sail across the ocean. I know he was in France and I know he was in England, and I think that's about the limit of his European
Hmm.
trips.
Hmm.
And he might have seen a couple of Italians or two or three Germans, and he's coming up with this whole huge observation based on very limited experience. It's
But
like,
why would a white man say it's only a few of us on the face of the earth? And he was saying the Anglos and the Saxons. And I guess
Because that's all he saw. Because
that's all
that's
he saw,
like
and
he's saying he didn't get around much. And the few places he been, it's just like me going from here to Norwich. If I don't go nowhere but from here to Norwich, that's all I see, and I'm studying. I keep my little notes, but it's plenty people in New Haven, but I ain't never been to
but
New Haven.
but why would he speak about the
what I'm hearing,
Italians, the French, and all of these other nations and saying that they're black and swarthy and the Asians chiefly and all of this? Why would he write that down and hand it in and Continental Congress? And he was very good friends with the chief of the Mohawks,
right?
and he was born in Boston, and he was a successful printer and everything. Why would he write that down? And just give that information and
Well,
make an
what I'm
assumption?
what I'm hearing in that passage is we're one of a very small group of select people chosen by God to be the leaders of the world, and everybody else is beneath us somehow. And looking at Benjamin Franklin's writings, there's some passage that he wrote that was extremely anti-Semitic. And when he died, he left a large sum of money to the Hebrew congregation in Philadelphia, who he respected very much. So we're getting little snippets of what he wrote and not the whole sum total of his mind and what he thought of various people. And he basically had this almanac, and he had to write hundreds of pages every year and come up with all kinds of stuff. So I think he was saying all kinds of things. And you can't take any of it too literally. But like I said, I don't think he'd ever met a Russian or a Swede when he wrote those passages. I've been to France. There's plenty of people a lot whiter than I am.
But we're talking back in the 1700s, not today. We're talking literally in 1751, where none of us were born,
right.
Obviously. And this man is sitting down writing this. So for him to write something like that, and he also went into saying, why bring more blacks over here? Why increase them? He wanted to bring more people that look like him over here.
Yeah, and in Pennsylvania, what they were doing from the founding of the colony was bringing in as many Germans as they could. And during the Revolutionary War, the English hired Hessians who were Germans.
But were they black Germans?
Well, that's a whole different matter.
Because this is in 1751.
Yeah.
So if they're bringing in Germans, he said that they're all chiefly tawny, black and tawny.
Well, there's other mysterious things like, was it Tolstoy, the great Russian writer, was like 1/4 black, and you look at pictures of him. How did that happen?
Okay.
But you look at pictures of him, yeah, he definitely was. And a lot of this stuff is coming out nowadays when people who, think they're 100% German blood get DNA tests, and it turns out they're, 6 or 8 or 12% sub-Saharan African or Native American. And it came out with the
I don't believe those DNA tests. That's just white people that's going to
Warren,
make sure they tell you from Africa.
Elizabeth Warren, when she had her DNA test, she's claiming to be a Native American, has her DNA test, and she's 1,024th Native American. And all the commentators said the average American has 3 times as much Native American blood as she had. So there was a lot going on back in the old days that wasn't passed down to subsequent generations, but was definitely going on. And, what happened with the Germans, there were a lot of dark-skinned people there.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So let me ask you this. And I'm just basing this on his notes being stating that there's such a small population of white Europeans. Now, you yourself, you're considered like a white European, correct? Mistake me if I'm wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. They're teaching, and this is what's going on throughout YouTube, real heavy, that you were created in a lab in a peach tree because there's not that many of y'all, and that black people, Africans, I want to call them, or black Europeans, may I say, created y'all in a lab. That's why it's so few. You guys just pop up and no one knows really where you rooted from. What do you say to that?
If that,
I'm smoking. That's
one,
why
I agree with the chief and his comment that that's about the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And number 2, my people, Lithuanians, we have the oldest spoken language on Earth. It goes back 6 or 8,000 years. And in India, the Hindus have this history that thousands of years BC, white blonde haired people came down from the north and gave them their sacred books, the Upanishads, and the great sacred texts of the Hindus.
Now, when you say north meaning where? The North Pole, or where do you mean?
North of India are the Himalayan mountains. So they had to come from north of the Himalayas, what we now would consider like Siberia. That whole big, vast northern part of the Asian continent. And anyway, these blonde-haired, light-skinned people came down from the north, gave them their sacred texts in the Sanskrit language. And the Sanskrit language you can show to any speaker of the Lithuanian language, and they could translate it fairly accurately, because the Lithuanian language and Sanskrit are so similar. And the native religion of the Lithuanians, and Lithuania is thousands and thousands of miles away from India. The Hindu and the native Lithuanian religion are almost identical.
Now, would that be anywhere near the north of India? Would that be the Caucasus Mountains or no?
Caucasus would be due north of Iran, which is a couple thousand miles to the west of India. But north of the Himalayas, you've got Tibet, you've got Mongolia, and you've got Siberia.
Okay.
And there were a lot of tribes in Siberia that migrated west. The Finns, the Hungarians, all kinds of present-day Europeans,
nomads,
originated in the Siberian continent, as did the American Indian. And you take the DNA of an American Indian, and the closest related people not on this continent are in Siberia. And what was going on back then, thousands of years ago, we've only just begun to unearth. It's the tip of the iceberg.
So, in our histories, from what we have found documented, is that the name that they gave us, Negroes, Aboriginals, copper color people, or what that we were already here, and nobody else was, and then everybody else came. There was like, if you look at the southern tribes and even northern and up in Maine, there were copper colored people there occupying those lands. And if you look in the South, and they said that they had slave masters, the Indians enslaved Indians. These guys, I could guarantee you that they did not enslave nobody in the South, because this is who they're saying Indians are. These Mongolian looking people. None of them ever stepped foot on any plantation or occupied any plantation in the South and had people that looked like me slaving under them. They would not have lasted. I mean, I oftentimes use this picture as an example. Now, you see the two white people at the top. I cannot imagine them going out whooping these Indians here below and being alive. I just try to put the picture with the rhetoric. It said white slave masters beat us on our back, gave us lashes, And I just can't get this picture in my head with them on the top beating these brothers, Indians right here.
Mm-hmm.
Does that even look like it would be real back in those days?
Well, you got to also look. See, the first thing, trickery and deceit came in with the Bible. They tried to teach us their culture, and that's what America does. If they try to teach you their culture, they say, if I slap you, turn the other cheek and do this and God this and God that, and they manipulate your mind to believing things that's not true. Well, if you come from another country to another country and you're not practicing who you are, or it's easy to break you mentally, and once you break somebody mentally until there's a strong leader emerge, you're going to be a follower. You got a lot of people that's right now, they talk real good and real tough until it's time to leave, till it's time for that heat of battle. And that person that just came out of West Point, you find out he don't know nothing. But that little bitty old person that you thought wasn't nothing is turns out to be the mastermind. So when you break somebody mentally, you can make them to believe anything you want them to believe. It's just like Bernie Madoff. Bernie Madoff stole billions of dollars from the rich, famous, and supposed to be the well educated. How did he get away with it? Because he manipulated them, tricked them, deceived them. You understand what I'm saying? These are people who got billions of dollars. They got everything going for them. How did he take their money, their most treasured item from them? He manipulated them mentally and destroyed them financially. See, when you mess with the mind, you can do anything you want. You understand what I'm saying? If I bring you here and I keep you here for 6 months and I beat you and I feed you when I want to, let you go to the bathroom when I want to, you're going to get in the position that whatever I want, you're going to do until something come along to change that. So that's how I believe that a lot of slavery lasted so long because they not only broke the spirit, but they entwined the mind. You understand what I'm saying? If I lock you in a room for 6 months, and when I do open that door, if you're not acting right, I'm gonna put you back. So what you going to do? You gonna act right? What you want to bet? It's torture. So I'm gonna shape you into what I want you to be. You know, um, like again, you going back to divide and conquer. You don't need to be. You don't need a big weapon to destroy something or to take away something you want. If you could get them to believe in what you believe in and get them to follow what you want, you can manipulate your way through life. And that's what they do. Some people do it good. Some people are great liars. You wouldn't know they was lying until somebody walked up. It's just like one of the shows you did. I'm not gonna mention no names, but they got on there and they were talking, and everybody believed everything they say. Then Lord and behold, when somebody come on there and challenge, you saw what happened: threats, intimidation, and everything else. Because they was telling you a story and you was buying it because you didn't know. But then when somebody who knew showed up, wait a minute, yeah, you're right. That don't sound right. But that's how they get away with it. Misleading. Because if you don't really know something and I act like I know it and I show it to you and I ain't showing you no proof, but it sounds good, most people will believe a lie over the truth any day. You understand what I'm saying? The truth is simple. A lie is very technical. But see, one thing about a lie, you keep telling a lie until finally you get caught at it. And that's propaganda. Just like all these young people that go to court, you know how they get convicted because they put them on the news. They make them out to be a mass, whatever. But then when trial come, they drop this, they drop that, and well, why he getting 3 years? Y'all said he did this and did that because they manipulated the public with propaganda, made you believe that something was true that really wasn't, and they didn't have the factual the evidence. I can tell you I'm king who shoot. And if I dress up and talk like him, walk like him, and every day, then when somebody approaches somebody, I know king is shooting, you ain't him. Now the challenge is met. Now what I do, either I go away or in that aspect, the challenge is made. So either I would run or I would attack. There's only two options. So that's how you know people be lying. There's only two options because somebody who tell the truth, it is what it is. But when you lie and deceive for a purpose, there's only two things gonna happen. They gonna run or they gonna attack. You see what I'm saying? Deception is a motherfucker.
Yes, it
And
is.
some people think they're strong when they're actually weak. And some people you think is weak is actually strong. You understand what I'm saying? So, a prime example, I was mowing my lawn. And don't laugh, but I was mowing my lawn and I went over underground wasp nests. I mean, they just hit me. They just tearing me up, but I continued to mow my lawn because you know why? I didn't think they could hurt me. I didn't think I was allergic to it or nothing. I mowed my lawn and went around there and got near the truck. And then all of a sudden, whoa, I knew I was in trouble. But I couldn't go next door for help because they don't care. So I ended up calling 911 and going to the hospital. And the first thing my my big sister said was, you know, my brother ain't scared of shit. Should I be? See, that's the misconception. See, I have no fear of anything man-made or man, but I should have known better. And I didn't scream, I didn't yell. It's not the first time I've been stung. I went over my niece's house and moved a whole bag of bees. The bag busted. They stung me so what? I kept on moving. But little did I know that all them wasp bites was toxic. Didn't know it, but I could have died. But the thing about it is, man, what I'm gonna run for? I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. But when you're not doing what you're supposed to do, you look for avenues and ways out. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's where the attack, the lies, and everything else come from. You know, um, a liar can get you believe it's snowing when it's actually sunny. If you don't go outside and look up, if I stand over your door and uh, take a leak and it hit your head and you don't look up, you don't know I'm up there taking a leak until you look up. Most people won't look up. They just believe what's at hand. You do a lot of research, so do Charles. So you dig for the facts. So you will be able to correct the lies that people's telling. But most people won't do it. They just take it face value what so and so said. There's a lot of people get on YouTube and Facebook. Well, it was on Facebook. Well, that don't make it true. I Googled it. That don't make it true. The machine only puts out what you put in.
Correct.
If you don't put nothing in here, then you don't know nothing. A lot of people don't have the experience. They never been nowhere. But they think they know because they sit in front of the tube or Google all day.
Okay, so let me ask you this. I want to ask you and Charles this question. Slave free, they had the slavery, they had white people on slave ships come here as indentured servants or slaves. They were the worst of the worst in England. And
Yes,
they were
that's
kicked
true.
out. So they are the
That's
ones
true.
who literally came here on the slave ships
Well, you
and
gotta you
tried to
gotta
put.
first understand.
But
But you
hold on,
gotta understand
let
to
me let, let
enslave.
me. I want to finish my point first, Chief, and then you respond. because then it'll make more sense. There's put the story that black people came from Africa on slave ships here, 1619, when in fact it was white people who were kicked out of England and brought
That's
here
right.
as slaves and indentured servants. Now, when I think about that, first of all, slave does mean employment. Like if you work in somebody's business, you're their slave. So they changed the word slave, they changed it and updated to employment. So anybody working for anybody is a damn slave. They just changed the word. And then the reason why I say that the story, the slave Kunta Kinte, because nobody started talking about this African shit until they showed the movie Roots in the 70s. Because you know, and I know, and Charles, we all grew up in Bridgeport. I grew up in the hood. You was on the reservation. And to call somebody black or African was fighting words for Indians. It was you were getting ready to fight. And little white kids weren't allowed to call black kids Indians because their parents would punish them and spank them. Because calling somebody an Indian was like calling them a nigger. And a lot of white kids that I went to school with in my era, the 60s, I grew up in the 70s, they got on punishment if they called someone that looks like me an Indian. And I say this that the story doesn't make sense when you have this in Bridgeport. Black governors in 1775. Something's wrong with the slave story. This is in the slave story's bullshit. These are all black governors in colonial state Connecticut.
Well, you know, slavery is like this. Slavery is like this. To enslave a person, you had to once been a slave. If you was a slave, you would know how to enslave somebody. It's like jail and prison. To imprison somebody, you had to once been through that. So you're absolutely right. The king put the scum of the earth on them boats and kicked them out of England. And then the man y'all celebrate, Columbus got lost.
But it was black
Columbus
governors.
got lost.
The story's not making sense. All these are black people running Bridgeport. All of them, every last one of them.
And the thing that didn't make sense to me was that
when they told you American history was a lie.
Well, according
they told you that. They told you that.
The story.
Can I get fire, please, in the chat? I'm just whooping ass right now because they're not gonna take my history from me. If I was niggas in control in Bridgeport in the colonial state in the 1700s, ain't they supposed to be getting their asses whooped by white men with whips?
America told you
a lie.
But 5 years ago, what was it, Charles? 5 years ago, I think it was. I'm not sure what the date, but America said American history is a lie.
Yes.
They told you that.
I agree.
They tell you what they want you to believe. Okay. You had black towns flourishing.
Yeah.
It's just like it didn't matter about your race back in them days. These people was telling you the story, just like the Bible. Ain't no black man, red man, Chinese man wrote the Bible. They was all printed in Nashville, Tennessee back in the day. And they printed it the way they wanted to print it. But they made a mistake when they said Jesus had hair of wool and skin of bronze. That's the ultimate mistake. But they thought nobody would catch the mistake. America told you their history is a lie. But people keep arguing over, and they done already told you we lied to you. Now that they rich and famous, they don't give a fuck. Yeah, we lied. What you gonna do about it?
Right. And these Pan-Africans, they niggas run around with the Kunta Kinte story. They got to be getting paid when America done sat up and told you they told you a lie.
That's right.
It's a damn shame. Right. It's terrible.
America will pay everybody but who they own. They're not gonna pay their own people. See, America wants to look good. See, they'll send and what? No, look, they'll send $50 million to Africa to try to get water, but they won't take care of the people right here in America because it's all about a persona. They want to look good, make everybody believe they better than them. You know, America's in trouble right now, finances, because these countries are starting to say, forget that money in the cars. What we're going to do is start living off our own resources. Every country, whatever resources you got, we're going to go into trade like it used to be. America said, no, no. How can a country that print their own money be broke or motherfucker? Tell me that. That don't make no sense to me. But the poor is still poor, the rich is still rich. But people just don't get it. America told you it was a lie.
Yeah.
It was a lie. And people keep going behind it trying to figure out the lie. He already told you. The best kept secret was a lie. They manipulated to what they wanted and destroyed what they could. And now they done got so bold that they told you everything was a lie. So that means everything you learned in school basically was a lie. Was a fucking lie, but people keep going back talking about, oh yeah, we this, well, you ain't shit. Everything's a lie. That's the whole key. That's the whole thing to this here, America. It was based off a lie. America was based off of murder, rape, treachery, you name it. Because the worst of the worst came here. Indians didn't have slaves. Indians didn't have prisons. They didn't know none of that. The Europeans enslaved their own people. They took the weak and the less successful and enslaved them and made them work for them. And when the king got tired of the beggars on the street, he lowered them all up, hookers and everything. Get on the boat, get the hell out of here. Now we're going to keep all the good people. Kuwait, matter of fact, is like that. Everybody in Kuwait is billionaires, millionaires. They have to ship in workers to Kuwait. Did you know that? They ship workers into Kuwait. The workers don't live in Kuwait. They get shipped in on a daily basis and go to work, get back on the bus and go back to where they're from. Wow. America's history is a lie. They tell you that. The worst of the worst came over. What you thought they were going to come over here and cookies and pie? It was a murder.
They didn't have anything. So why are they lying, saying they built all these things here when structures was already here? They didn't even come over here with no damn tools. They came over here in funky clothes and everything.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. They was
why
starving.
are they trying to say that the Indians didn't do shit and niggas didn't do shit? Everything was already built here when they came. All they did was upgrade it.
They told you it was a lie, but they told you it was a lie. They just took it over. Yeah. They just took it over. And now the truth come out because one of their own told it. Yeah. It was a lie. We tricked y'all. So what? What you gonna do about it? You ain't gonna give you shit. We tricked you. Because you was trickable. Y'all wanted to be nice. We wasn't trying to be nice. We were trying to take over. And that's what they did. Tip your hat off to the game. You know, like they say, you can't hate the game. Come to play. You gotta hate the game. They came over with a game plan, and everybody wanted to be friendly and get along when they should have killed them, and they kept it moving. But no, India's biggest mistake is trusting other things and people.
We still do trust
we think we can live in harmony because we are the gatekeepers to Mother Earth. We take care of it, and everybody can live in peace. But then when we met with destruction, we didn't know how to deal with that. See, they started to scalping when we got better because we were better at it. Now we the savages, but they're not finna tell their own people that they came over on Thanksgiving and rape, murder, chop people's head off, scalp them, and everything. They're not gonna tell that part of history, but they're gonna celebrate it with the house niggas. They're gonna celebrate it. Goddamn right. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? You motherfuckers know the history. Y'all know what happened. The Indians told you, but you didn't believe them. Now you believe them. 400 some years later, because they admit to it.
The Pan Africans is a little dyslexic. They don't believe it. They think their asses came over here on a ship with a few white guys with no goddamn motor from Africa. How the hell the ship
thing
get all
about
the
it
way
is,
from Africa? Go ahead, Charles. Let Charles in.
yeah.
Hey, y'all, smash the like button.
Oh,
go ahead, Charles.
The thing about the black governors, I first learned about that 30 or so years ago.
Damn.
And it didn't make any sense to me because the black governor kind of served as a head judge for people of color. And if there were any disputes, you went to the black governor to settle it. And everybody was let go from their employment to go to Hartford or to Derby or wherever the big election was going to take place. And there was a big 3-day festival for the annual election. And I thought if, there were all these onerous things, people getting whipped and everything, and they let them go for this festival, why didn't they just keep on running? Why would they go back to where they were being oppressed? So, this whole thing didn't make any sense. And I'm still trying to make sense of how this worked. And it's just this whole Harriet Beecher Stowe, Uncle Tom's Cabin thing that we all use as a frame of reference for what slavery was all about. She was a lady from Hartford, Connecticut that never visited the South. And this was all just stuff made up. It was a story she made up in her mind.
Oh, damn.
So,
are you serious?
And, these black governors had a lot of pull and a lot of say in what was going on in Connecticut. And, they were freely elected by their constituents. And there were other colonies and states that also had black governors. It wasn't just Connecticut.
Right.
Well, here's a newsflash for you. Obama wasn't the first black president.
Well, I know. If you go up there in Congress, that's why I always tell people, let me find out them a bunch of niggas in suits passing for white. A bunch of light-skinned niggas. All
it's a lot of them.
In Congress. Hiding.
It's a lot of them. It's a lot of them. But Charles is right. That was the whole misconception. See, the whole thing of it is, most white America don't think the minorities can think.
Right.
They thought we was half animal or whatever. They didn't thought we could think. They didn't want you to know that we was thinking people. But it was obvious through our culture and the things we built and made and devised. But they wanted people to believe that we was inferior to the Europeans. They supposed to have been the thinkers. And they tricked everybody into believing that they was this and they was that. They steal your idea in a minute and take it that ours. Just like the light bulb, everything that was made. A lot of these Europeans said they made it, but they didn't.
One of the brothers in YouTube showed, his name is Aboriginal Power. He showed a dictionary, the American Indian Dictionary. I mean, not dictionary, that and the encyclopedia of all the inventions by the Indians. They invented every fucking thing. When I tell you they invented everything, they invented everything.
If we stop putting labels on each other and just say people of color, we'll get along a whole lot better. Because I personally don't care what color you, as long as you treat me right. I got people right here in my family look like me, the same blood, they can't stand me.
Facts.
You understand what I'm saying? So let's stop using color as an excuse.
Correct.
Let's keep this real. Like you said, the Europeans King kicked the worst that he had over here. So this wasn't the best of King. This was the worst.
The worst of the
They
worst.
just ain't seen our worst. You understand what I'm saying? But we
Yeah.
seen their worst. We know what they capable of. But
Mhm.
they hid it and lied. And everybody run around and celebrate it. You know what I'm saying? And it's okay. Because, we feel sorry for everybody that went through something, all except the natives. 'Cause we took their shit. And we
Mm.
celebrate it right now today. Yeah, we gave them a holiday. Everybody got a holiday now. It's just the dumbass Indians, they celebrating that day on Columbus Day. Same day. So we really celebrate Columbus. But the net dumbass natives running around here talking about we got a holiday now. You ain't got shit. Everybody else got their own day. Why did they give you a day with Columbus?
When you were reading the passage, the history passage, there was something about the luxury resort hotel being built before the Civil War in the South End community, and
Mhm.
you interjected, I bet it was by an Indian. And
It
actually,
was.
that hotel was built by a man named Alexander Duncan, and he came from Virginia. He lived in New York City. He was an undertaker. He lived in the Weeksville community in Brooklyn. And one day during an idle moment, I decided to look into his background. He came from Petersburg, Virginia, and he was a member of a very prominent family who were almost definitely Indian. And
Mhm.
he built this luxury resort hotel for people of color before the Civil War. And who would have ever imagined there was such a thing? And there's a description in Frederick Douglass's newspaper of this hotel. There's a grand salon on the first floor with a grand piano that was being played by a guy. I thought his name was George Francis. It turns out it was Georges Francois. He was the nephew of the Emperor of Haiti. Um,
Mhm.
and all kinds of well to do people of color from New York and Philadelphia, mostly, were the patrons of this hotel. They didn't have air conditioning, they had a big croton in this story, and I found out the archaic definition of a croton is a fountain. And this fountain would be outside splashing water on a 90-degree day, and this was like a natural air conditioning. And this was how people with money would cool off on hot days. Just, the mist of the fountain cooling everything off. It was a very interesting story about the hotel. And we had all the people in that community. The women were renowned cooks. So many of them were cooks on steamboats that plied Long Island Sound and the Hudson River. As the history mentioned, the neighbor across the street was uh, the chef in P.T. Barnum's household, and Mary Freeman, who lived next door to the hotel, was a
Mm.
chef in New York City hotels.
Mm.
So there was something going on that people in this community were renowned cooks and knew what to do with things like uh, fish, oysters, duck, and so on, all the things that were traditional to the Indian people of the Connecticut coast.
Mm.
So it's the kind of thing you don't hear in American history, that there were people of color who had a lot of money in that time before the Civil War,
Yep.
and that they were cultured. Uh, Started reading the inventories of the estates of people who died in that South End community, and you see all these things like books of literature and fine portraits hanging on the walls and all these musical instruments. They were, people of culture and attainment.
Mhm.
Mary Freeman,
Mm.
when she died, was the second wealthiest person in Bridgeport after P.T. Barnum. She had
Wow.
more
Yeah.
wealth and people that owned the big factories and lived in big Victorian mansions. She had a home at Sea Cliff, Long Island, in the same neighborhood as people like William R. Grace and Theodore Roosevelt. And these are things that you don't get reading American history.
Yeah, because they keep it hidden from us. So we're at 2.5 hours, and I like to let people on the panel to ask questions, knowing I was looking at a map of all the land you had before they took it from your family. I was just looking at a map, and I was just in awe of all the
she
land
comes
that
all
the
the way
Progressives
from.
own.
I mean, Charles can help me, but I believe it came from New York to Massachusetts all the way down.
Yeah.
Where did it come from, Charles? I was just looking at the map, and I'm just like, wow.
See, people see the misconception of when you just say Golden Hill, people just want to keep us in Connecticut. That's
Right.
why I tell people I'm a Pequannock Indian. You know what I'm saying? Because Pequannock, our land ranged from New York to Mass to all the way down. We was fishermen, farming, hunters, builders. We was all that. We had a big tribe. Smallpox did us. That's what did us, the smallpox. Because if you look at the territory that we had to be a big old tribe to control that territory for so long.
They put something in the blankets.
Smallpox. Anybody has smallpox, they get up in it. It's easy to pass. You get up in it, and then you fold it back up, and you give it to the natives. Here, we're going to give y'all some blankets so you can stay warm. Okay, thank you. And then they use the blankets, everybody gets sick. We ain't know nothing about that. Like I say, they tricked them. You see what I'm saying? Trick them. You trick them, you can beat them. Now just think if they didn't take them blankets, then they had to go to war. That's too big ass tribe to go to war with. So if you trick them and dwindle the numbers down, now you can handle them. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, we kill
That's like the police. If you notice, the police don't get tough. When they by themselves, they talking all night. But when 6 cars pull up, now they getting busy. You see what I'm saying? That's how it is. If they can't control the situation, they'll find a way to get control of it. And the best way to do it was trick them, give them the blankets. They're gonna give it to their kids, or they're gonna sleep on it. Whatever they do, they touch it, they gonna catch it. And they're gonna pass it through the tribe. They went through the tribe like wildfire. So that's why I make sure that I let people know that we Pequannock natives. Our name changed not through any doing of us, but it changed due to the Europeans. Because if I change your name, I change your identity, I cut some of your history off just in case later on you might want to come back. That's all it is, baby. That's all it is. That's all it is.
So I'm going to open up the panel because I know people want to come on and ask you questions. And I'm glad we got the historian and you here, Chief, to answer these questions. Okay, so everybody, the link is in the chat. I'm going to pin it to the top. I don't have to keep putting it out there. But you're welcome to come up and dialogue with Chief Bear Eagle and the historian Charles Brilvitch. And I just want to let you know that Chief Bear Eagle is a sweetheart, but listen, he can get real Bridgeport on you. And Charles is a sweetheart, and he can get real Bridgeport on you too. So let's keep it respectful, because I have no control over Chief Big Eagle or Charles. All right, here we go. Alibamu.
My sister from another mister. What up, though?
What up? Now, I'm going to step away for a second, but you go ahead on with Charles.
Well, for
Charles
the historian particularly, and this is not an attack. I'm not coming at you, but it's really disturbing to me about people who consider themselves pale Europeans that deny the melanated origins of Europe. Are you one of those naysayers, Charles?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay, so when you talk about the ancient antiquity of Lithuania in particular, you also mentioned, or I guess you failed to mention, the comment you made was about Solzhenitsyn or whomever, but Alexander Pushkin literally supposedly created the Russian language. Is that not true? And he wasn't a quarter. He was a full dark complexion person.
You're right. It was Pushkin, not Tolstoy. I'm getting confused in my old age.
But oh, yeah, like I said, I wasn't coming here to bum rush you. I'm just saying.
I'm glad you corrected me, because
I'm saying just like even the black felt hats,
yeah,
which kind of we had here. It was a phase we call a high top fade. You might not be familiar with it. Maybe Chief Bear Eagle knows Kid and Play. You remember that high top fade, right?
I remember I would never change my hair. I kept it long, no matter what it was.
So
would that
would that be the Russian Cossack hat that we see infamously portrayed?
Interesting question.
That's very interesting.
Never thought about the connection, but yeah, now that you mention it, definitely.
So Charles, all we're saying in this community, and I can't speak for all Americans because I do say one thing clearly, there is only one American that's been misidentified, starting with the definition of Noah Webster, that will be the Aboriginal copper-colored people inhabiting this land. They were not Native Americans, no disrespect, Chief Bear Eagle. They were not people who are considered Mongoloid or whatever these designations. And by the way, can we put something, I hope, to rest, at least in our conversation, Charles? Pseudoscience is actual Charles Darwin's theories from the beginning. Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they were described when they were first offered up by him as pseudoscience, including craniotomy and the designations of Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Negroid. Now, I heard what you said, Bear Eagle, and I may not argue with you about whether or not we're all the same under the skin, but who came up with these notions that are now we're believing to be pale-skinned Europeans, Charles?
Well,
that's a good
I'm going to tell them.
There's theories,
I believe,
mesmerism, which came out at the same time as Darwin's theories, that the bumps on your head reveal personality traits, and that's like been totally debunked over the last century.
Well, but you obviously didn't see the movie Django and Leonardo DiCaprio's very infamous character, Monsieur Candide, saying that. You remember that, Bear Eagle, in the movie?
Yeah,
when he took that skull? Yeah. When he took that skull and put it on the table. Please share that with Charles if he hadn't taken the time to see Django.
Now, I live out in the woods. I don't go to
what it is, they took a skull and put it on the head and said the Negro has a certain point in the back of his head. And if you was to how would I put it? How would I put
the same dimples that Charles just mentioned, the dimples?
Yeah. If you was to tamper with that dimple, you can change that individual in some way. I believe is what he was getting at. But that's the most identified fact that he said that the minority had.
And let's not forget referencing the poor intelligence quotient and the low IQ.
You know, we always presume lack of intelligence, but yet we created and did great things. See, people of color are the original landscapers. They made their way, you know, and they never got the credit. See, that's why I say American history was a lie, because America stole everything, you know, and then lay claim to this is ours, you know.
So Charles, that's why I'm asking Chief Bear Eagle again. I'm not attacking you, Charles. I'm trying to be objective here and fair-minded. If we're combating this overwhelming propaganda, dogma, and notions, and white people who call themselves white, are benefiting from this high, prestigious, privileged position, how do you suggest that be handled, Charles?
I think we're just at the very nascent beginnings of affecting a paradigm shift here. Just the research that I've started doing began to really amaze me at what the true story was. And I'm just scratching the surface here. And it put me in contact with people across America that are doing similar research and finding out what the true origins of this country are and how it functioned. And there's so much that we don't know. You know, we figured out maybe 2% of it. And
now you said to Chief Morning Thunder earlier that you beg to differ, that you do not think that Benjamin Franklin ever met Swedes, Germans, Finnish, Scandinavian people who were dark complexion. Now, I get that you said that, but what makes you feel confident to respond that way if the whole world was melanated and he said that the supposed white, pale-skinned, ruddy, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant was a minority in 1750s? And I would argue it's still a minority in 2023.
Okay, just looking at 18th century portraits of Swedes.
Those were whitewashed, Charles. Those were whitewashed.
Okay, well,
there's many evidence of black nobility all across Europe.
Oh, yeah.
It's not even taken into consideration. Now, I'm not saying I agree or disagree, but the Moorish domination for 700 years, from 711 to the mid or late 15th century, how do you explain that if all these people have dark complexion, or what we call melanated people?
How do I explain that? The Moors were people in North Africa that have a very, very ancient origin. They're not really related to any of the later people who settled on the shores of the Mediterranean, from my understanding. And
now, are you describing these people to be what we consider modern day Arabs?
No.
So who are the Mediterranean people that you're referencing?
Oh, yeah, the modern day people, yes. Mixture of Roman settlers, I guess using the umbrella term Arabs would be a good way to describe them.
Now, those would be considered the Bedouin nomad tribal people. But Rome and Greece were also dark-skinned, melanated people, ancient, what we consider ancient Greece and Rome. If you are aware, the first supposed 3 Ethiopian popes of the Holy Roman Catholic Church is why the Ethiopian Coptic Christian belief is older than Catholicism.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm just repeating, because Chief Morning Thunder knows my famous phrase is, I'm repeating shit that I heard. Okay. And Charles, I would argue you're doing the same. You know, so what I'm saying to you, what is disingenuous, not that you're intending to be such, what is disingenuous, we are tolerating whitewashing of history, and the fact that we're peeling the white paint off of it, we're being charged with racist positions, which is amusing to say the least. But when the truth is utterly dark in complexion, you understand the problem, right? Yeah. You do understand the problem.
Oh, yeah.
So then how do we get well-mining, supposedly pale-skinned white Europeans who are obviously ignorant of their own European origins and their cultures, that they've let themselves be whitewashed, just like the Sistine Chapel's roof under Michelangelo?
They're not letting themselves be whitewashed. They know the truth. They just don't want to honor it.
Well, Charles, what say you, Charles, about that?
How do we get them to understand? I remember giving a talk to the Bridgeport Community Historical Society, which was about a 99% white organization, about Little Liberia and its history. And when I was done talking, it was like 200 hands went up. People had questions about it. everybody was just so excited to learn about this. And they were saying, how come our kids aren't taught about this in school? And
You mean like how CRT is being pushed, anti-wokeism, and the governor of Florida is burning and banning books? Are you meaning something like that, Charles?
No, I'm saying these white people were saying, why isn't this aspect of history being taught to our kids in schools? And Charles Tisdale was in the front row. And he said, I can't believe all you people are interested in Black history. And they were saying, this isn't Black history. This is Bridgeport history. We want to know more about it. So people are craving this knowledge.
Okay, Charles, I've got to, I'm not stopping you here, but I want to underscore something. Yeah. You see how it's damaging to say something has connotatively Black origins? And this is why I'm going to keep stressing there's only one American origin. Within the definition of American are copper-colored people. People who are not that, in that same definition, calling themselves Europeans, and this is to be diplomatic and fair, in the definition it says adopted, but to be more accurate, it's co-opted. You understand what I'm saying, Charles?
Oh, yeah, very much so.
So when people disrespect us and say our story, our history is Black, it is a racist statement. Not that you're intending to do that. No, I'm saying that is the default position is to presume that it must be white if it's not identified as Black. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. And things
now that's bigotry, but that's a serious embedded bigotry, Charles, that is in academia, that is in K through 12, that's an entire curriculum, and it is the basis of the indoctrination for so-called Black and white people.
Yeah.
Now, the only people who can really address that, and again, this is not an attack on you. I'm just trying to state something for clarity and hope that you receive it in the truth that it is. Why I say the only truth is with the only American is because we keep being lied on and keep being denied. And what is going on with Ron DeSantis is only the first salvo of what people will attempt to do all across all 50 states here, because when we rise up and find out our truth, it will destroy whiteness and white paradigms. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think should be the appropriate approach from people who are in privileged positions, who consider themselves the white power structure, who are actually oppressing people who are not Black, but who are defined as Black? Do you see the depth of this problem, Charles?
Oh, I do. And I see it as being something that I can't see a solution for.
Well, the solution would be, first of all, we got to learn how to get along. We've been manipulated so long that we are our own worst enemy.
I see the problems that I have faced. You know, it fell upon me for some unknown reason to uncover the history of this community in the South End. And discovering that the Freeman houses still stand from the 1840s, and who the Freeman sisters were and who Joel Freeman was. Problems that I faced are putting these on the National Register of Historic Places, and everybody, I couldn't believe everyone was against this. And the state of Connecticut is putting the Old Post Road in Fairfield and Southport and the center of Wethersfield on the National Register. But these houses, because they weren't associated with the white power structure, are considered ineligible to be examples of American history.
Now, Charles, here, I have to point this out as you're saying it out of your own mouth. Do you get my point now, where I keep reiterating there is only one true American?
Yes, I understand that.
But to allow white immigrants white colonizers to continue to co-opt, as Noah Webster said you would do, calling yourself European and now claiming yourself American. Do you understand the significance of what I'm pointing out?
I sure do.
So would you say that the American identity is a stolen identity?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It always has been.
Okay. Okay. Wow.
Now, the one point that he was mentioning, Chief Morning Thunder, which is very amusing to me. Now, this is American Indian factual record you were unearthing. But if they didn't look like Elizabeth Warren or Pocahontas or this other fake $5 fraud, are you familiar with the $5 Indian in the Dawes role, Charles? Would you share that with him, Chief Morning Thunder?
The $5 Indian. There it is.
Yep.
Okay, so what they're saying is when you speak about $5 Indian, there was a time back during just before or right after the Indian Removal Act where white people were paying $5 just to get on the Dawes rolls.
Okay.
And to steal people, the Aboriginals, aka the American Indians, identity to get their lands. And all they had to pay was $5 to get on the road because they, even though we were forced off our lands and pushed into the inner cities, they claimed our lands as abandoned lands. Even after committing crimes like this, giving us 24 hours to get off our lands, right? Mm-hmm. And when we got pushed off of them due to threats, hanging, lynchings, and the Pan-Africans keep showing these lynchings of black people being hung in a tree with their families, when in fact they were really Indians that were not cooperating with moving off their lands. So they hung them, burned them, and everything, and killed them. It was either that or you get off your land, and they were giving you like 24-hour notice to get off your lands, our lands, we Indians, off our farmlands. And
an African slave could not own any land. An African slave could not own land. As a matter of fact, no foreigner could own land according to our tribal laws, Charles. Mm-hmm. So we're listening to people who are violating us by being here, who are colonizers by fact, then stealing our identity, transplanting us as the slave, and then claiming we're out of Africa. Can you see the dynamics of what we're trying to explain to you, Charles?
Yeah, very much so.
What I don't understand is these days, this is what really gets me. We are the only people on the planet Earth, Charles. Earth. And when I say Earth, I mean the entire Earth, with 9 different racial classifications. They kept changing it. That is just unbelievable. When they came here, we were here. When they came here, we were the Aboriginals, the people of this soil. And they changed our race so many times to hide our true identities. Well, and then they enslaved us. They enslaved us.
When you read the history of South Africa, that the whites did when they settled there. And
right, but I'm saying we don't have anything to do with that landmass.
Right.
I'm speaking specifically here so that the people know what happened here. It wasn't a point that they brought my people here. We were here, and we were the Indians that were enslaved. We're the only ones with 9 racial classifications. We went from being the original people of this soil when they got here all the way. Now they're trying to make us African Americans. They're making us 2 continents. Now, wait. How are we African Americans? We were here when you got here. Now, because we're not claiming who we really are, They can say, "Oh, you're brown, so you're definitely from Africa, and you came here on a slave ship." When in fact, the actual slave ship that came here, they only had 20 people, 20 people, and they was in Virginia, and they had Portuguese names. So that tells you that they didn't get those people from Africa. They got them from somewhere in South America and brought them over here. And, these Pan Africans, they continuously, on a day-to-day basis, continue to try and promote a damn slave ship from Africa with all these millions of black slaves to come here to be slaves. How the hell they get here with no motor and those weather conditions? They can't even do it now with motors.
And the actual Africans or Afrikaners are the people you were referencing, Charles, and they learned to do what they did there from the behavior over here.
Exactly.
In the Indian Removal Act. Are you aware of Sierra Leone? The first attempt at colonizing the Aboriginal from here back to Africa was the same year as the Organic Constitution, 1787. Did you know that?
Yes.
And so for Sierra Leone to be the first attempt at displacing the American back to Africa, now we're going full circle by they're trying to supplant our identity, calling us an African in America. I certainly you understand not just the speciousness of it, but if you haven't researched UNDRIP and ADRIP, it is an actual international war crime act that is being done. To displace and disregard a people's culture and their ethnic identity is tantamount to genocide. And actually, it's ethnocide. So there's an ongoing attempt to try to erase our distinct ethnicity, which is the only American. I will say that until I draw my last breath, Charles. Mm-hmm. We are the only American. Everyone else is hyphenated. And even the Native American claims they walked the land bridge from Siberia. So there are no one other than us who is not an illegal, legal, or immigrant from across this, like Sister just said, literally from across the face of this earth. Now, as an ally, I'm hoping you to be, Charles. How do you suggest it is approached within your community who will disregard us as they're already disregarding us and will not take anything we have to say of any intellectual value, as Chief Bear Eagle just stated? It's been codified and embedded that we are ignorant, excuse my French, my good brother, ignorant niggas made in America. Because to me, that was the first American-made product, was to turn the Aboriginal into a nigga. But you got it, Charles.
But that's the whole plot. That was the whole plan. That was the whole plan.
Yeah, I scratched the surface. I made a little beginning here of this community in Bridgeport, and I just uncovered the names of the people in this community, and I'm hoping that in years to come, this history will be built upon, because there's so much that we don't know. Kind of learned what questions to ask, and that's, as far as I can take it in my lifetime.
Is it fair to say, and I really appreciate you dialoguing with me, Charles. I can't begin to tell you how much I do appreciate it. Is it fair to say that Europeans, white Europeans, were indoctrinated just as we were? So if we were taught a lie, then they were taught a lie too.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that a fact?
Yeah.
Do you agree about our history and their history?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying about the Little Liberia community, that every fact I learned was a huge surprise. That the biggest grocery store in Bridgeport before the Civil War was owned by a man of color. That there were all these important people in Bridgeport who were, not white Europeans who made the city, who built the city.
Yeah.
And Orchid's history from 1886, it's a 2-volume history that's, I don't know, 2,000 pages long at least. And there's not the name of a single one of these people in it. And there's that famous 1850 map where every house in Bridgeport is a little box and the name of the owner is next to it. Except for the South End community, there's all the little boxes with no names. And that kind of speaks volumes of how this whole history that we accept was created. It's just there's this whole chunk of the community that was completely ignored. That hotel that I spoke of, it was 5 stories high with a big colonnade on 3 sides and a cupola on the roof. It had to have been the largest building in Bridgeport at the time it was built, and there's no mention of it in any of these histories.
And who built it, if I may ask?
That was Alexander Duncan. He was the guy from Virginia that I mentioned earlier. And he was financed by someone, it's in my book, from White Plains, New York, whose name I can't think of. And someone called me who was a researcher into this period of history. And this guy's a prominent lawyer and real estate investor in White Plains. And he was a man of color. And we're talking about the year 1850. And we're not taught that there were such individuals. There are all these black people that were oppressed in slavery and getting whipped, and then they didn't really matter in our history. And then you learn that there were these very important people who were doing huge things that were ignored by the majority society. And you start asking questions like, for what purpose was all of this swept under the carpet? And I don't know the full answer to that. And all I can say is this is for future researchers to uncover.
Charles, I have to say this. I mean, I know you're well-meaning, and I thank you, just as Chief Morning Thunder did, for being man enough to address partially the truth today. But yes, it's very well known why this was done. A thief knows why they steal. But now, do you expect a thief to ever say, well, wake up one morning and have a conscience and, oops, my bad, I stole a whole continent? I stole your whole existence. I'm waving the flag saying only white people are patriots. And the question I was wanting to ask you before you started sharing what you just shared was, why do you think, and I know this would be speculation on both of our parts, but why do you think mass immigration was encouraged to come here and the Jews were not replacing anyone in Charlottesville? The Aboriginal has been replaced, displaced, redlined, bombed out of existence. Do you know how many hundreds of our towns are under man-made lakes to this day? And the mounds are our sacred burial grounds that have been destroyed by the Smithsonian and other supposed heritage and historical societies. Let me step aside and let Chief Morning Thunder share that fact with you, please, sir.
No, you got it. I've been talking all morning reading. I'm welcoming anyone to hit the link in dialogue.
I know
where you going. My phone is going dead, so I'm gonna have to get off of here.
Oh, hello? Yeah, because you've been out for a couple of hours.
Yeah, my phone going dead.
Okay.
Thank you for having me on, but my phone is dead in the back.
Okay, Chief Bear Eagle. I'll be in touch with you.
Okay, y'all
Okay?
have a good day, Charles. I'll see you. I'll talk to you later, everyone.
All right.
It's been a learning experience. Thank you all.
It has been.
Okay.
Okay, Chief.
All right. Y'all have a good night.
You too. I'll call you.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Charles,
Here in
the,
Western
disin-
New York,
the
where I
disingenuous nature of the very first Naturalization Act of 1790, and I'm still waiting for Chief Morning Thunder's research to reveal to me where this common law court structure was, where they were proven to not be alien enemies. We've discussed this, right, Queen Mother?
Yes. You're saying where the you
Yeah,
might want
where
to
are
answer
these
that.
original applications for people who were proven to not be alien enemies? And by the way, alien to who and enemies to whom? So that they would be allowed and tolerated citizenship. Because this is the problem here, Charles. There are only one American population. Everyone else is a United States citizen. They are not American. They never will be American. And to only have American status is to be an inheritor, to be a descendant of the original people who, in our books, as they're hollering about CRT and wokeism, in our books in 2023, they are teaching our children they were exterminated. That the American Indian was killed off with smallpox, or what? How many different narratives and propagandas do I need to show you about the intent, the willful intent of trying to eliminate us on paper, and then do what she just said about renaming, reclassifying us, and under Walter Ashby Plecker, made it codified in law with the colored status of 1924. That's exactly 100 years ago.
right, and it wasn't until 1940 that every Native American that was born was automatically an American citizen.
No, hold on, Chuck. There are no American citizens. There are United States 14th Amendment citizens
I stand
since
corrected.
1868. The only Americans is you're looking at her, starting with my Queen Mother and who came out of her womb.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what I'm saying, Charles? Again, this is not to disregard your position or to disrespect you. I am saying we're taking the language and correcting it from the lies and propagandas that are being used every day. Now, you can assist with this amongst your community because they're not going to listen to someone like me because really I'm trying very hard to be diplomatic with you.
Mm-hmm.
But we have taught and tried to educate you for centuries now, and you are purposely, not you personally, Charles, because you have obviously set yourself aside by being a researcher, but the vast majority of you, out of your arrogance and your ignorance, are completely dismissive of our existence. How do you think we should handle that, Charles?
Your mic is muted if you're talking, Charles.
I don't think it's possible for me to answer that. I really don't speak for my European community. I don't think the way that they do. I don't understand it myself. So I'm not someone that can put it into their terms so that they can understand it. You know, I don't buy into the whole thing. I live out here in the woods in upstate New York. And
what era are you from?
You're not a doomsday prepper, are you?
Oh God, no.
And the reason why I'm asking that, Charles, not to be facetious or dismissive, this sovereign citizen movement is as dangerous as Posse Comitatus and the Ku Klux Klan.
Right. No, what you were
And
saying earlier about the Native American communities here in Western New York, Corn Planter, the chief of the Senecas back in the 18th century, was given these lands along the Allegheny River and the Seneca people lived there for thousands of years. And in 1960, they were going to build a big dam, just like you said. And the reservation just followed the river. It was like a couple thousand feet on either side of the river. And it was the floodplain that they had cultivated for generation after generation. And they just built a big dam, and the entire reservation was underwater. And they just had to go elsewhere. And people still talk about that to this day. And one of the saddest examples of that I know of. So anyway, you know, I live here. Excuse me.
What era are you from? Are you what generation?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm 70 years old, so.
Oh, you're from my mom's generation.
Yeah.
You're from the not the X generation.
He's a boomer. He's a boomer. He knows he's a boomer. Now, when we were packaged as a fellow boomer, Charles, when we were packaged as the first marketing tool for demographics, what was your understanding when you were told you were a part of the baby boom? And then we go forward with public education and the beginning of desegregation and integration in this fraud that's going on called the American experiment.
I don't know. It was like I was being given the bum's rush into all these, you know, facets of American culture that I didn't buy into. And everybody else just kind of followed the course that they were given, and I stepped away from it and didn't really participate. And you know, I did my research. I did a lot of stuff in Bridgeport that I cared about. And when the Paugussett tribe had hired all these expensive researchers back in the 1990s, and they could find nothing of the history, they finally ran out of money, and they came to me and said, "Can you help us?" So what I did for the Paugussett tribe, I basically did for free, and came up with the whole history of the tribe during the 19th century and the remarkable things that were done, and put that together with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and got turned down on an outrageous technicality. And
see, that was why I was going to ask you what motivated you to do this project, Charles. So you don't have a direct lineage to Connecticut or to this particular tribe?
No.
What's your understanding of the Connecticut origins? Even you, Chief Morning Thunder. Who is the Connecticut tribe, or what was the original tribal name for Connecticut, the state?
Well, there were a couple of them in Connecticut. One being the Paugussets. There were quite a few, but not many of them are. There's only, I think, maybe 2 or 3 tribes recognized, state recognized in Connecticut, if I'm not mistaken. That being the
2 or 3 out of possibly 100.
Yeah, pretty much.
Roughly 100, let's say. Okay, and the reason why I'm saying this, Charles, is we're bemused by listening to the reaction you got from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and you have the complexion for the protection. So what do you think about the ones that, remember that tribe that people keep misconstruing, that clip from Trump about they don't look like Indians to me? You remember I told you about that?
That's the Pequots.
And they have a $1 billion casino that's more successful than most, if not all, casinos in the area, correct?
Yeah.
And he was furious of their tax-free status. And people keep misconstruing that his quote was about the pale skin imposters and the mongoloid hybrids. It was really about the negroid Indians that he kept saying, they don't look like Indians to me. You feel me, sister?
Yeah.
So then how are we going to deal with reactions like that, Charles? With people like you unearthing the truth, being dismissed and hidden by the Smithsonian and others I could point out. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, what happened, I had discovered the Freeman houses in Bridgeport and on the National Register of Historic Places. And the Freeman sisters were called colored. So I politically correctified that in my ignorance to African American. This is in the 1990s. And then later on, I did my research. I found their full brother was a signatory on Indian deeds. So if he was an Indian, they had to have been Indians. And that was the one kind of slender thread that led me to look at other people in this community and who they were and where they came from. And suddenly it all made sense. And I spent 18 months of research on this community. And here's what the Paugussets and other associated Native Americans were doing during the 19th century. They were building businesses. They were partaking of the white man's world on his terms while keeping their own culture and building this community with very successful people. And this satisfied every requirement of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Submitted it all, and the BIA came back and said, we have documents in the Library of Congress that these people were African Americans, not Native Americans. And what they used was my National Register nomination from years previous, where I politically correctified colored to African American, and they were using my document to refute my other document. And I was like the only person on this earth who realized how completely outrageous that was. And they knew that I knew that it was going to be outrageous. But when the tribe got turned down for federal recognition, they knew there was only going to be a 15-second soundbite with Senator Blumenthal saying, well, these so-called Indians got turned down, ha ha. And after that, it was a moot issue. And all my research was sitting there in a box. And Chief Quiet Hawk, after a couple of years, said, why don't you just put it together into a book? And I did. And that book is out there.
Yeah, I got a copy of it. I downloaded it. But what's interesting is them using the term African American. And that term wasn't even created until 1988. That term did not exist in history. So
that was
is there a chance that you can appeal that for them? Because
but wait a minute though. But here's the thing though. In the Racial Integrity Act of 1924, it specifically stated that Indians were designated colored. That's in the legislation in Virginia. And that same bastard, Walter Ashby Plecker, spun the Pocahontas phenomenon for all the white men in the House of Burgess to claim that. Now do you understand what I'm saying in my trying not to be furious, not with you, Charles, on this $5 fraud notions that's going on. So when the Racial Integrity Act was passed in 1924 in Virginia, codified by Walter Ashby Plecker, it was to distinguish only two categorizations, white and colored, not African. The Indian was designated colored. And then they literally stole it with the Pocahontas fraud that all of the white people in the House of Burgess in Virginia could claim descendants from Pocahontas. Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Queen Mother. I mean, I don't know. You know, I just repeat shit I heard.
You're right on point, because that's exactly what happened. We have somebody else that joined the panel, Orion. And Charles, I really appreciate you. Um, Orion, how are you?
Not to mention all those accidental. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you for having me on the panel, Sister Betsy. I came across this panel and several like this not too long ago, and I really come to this panel with intrigue and questions in regards to just the subject matter. Because growing up here in the United States, and going through high school, I graduated 2010. So the very contemporary history that we've been taught is very different amongst my peers when I bring up this information and say, hey, how's this sound? Some things that I'm hearing around, does it make sense? And when 9 times out of 10, when you put two and two together, a lot more adds up on the other side. And so the concern is that if this information were to add up, the extreme, or I would say the gravity of this subject matter, I mean, it essentially leans towards, you guys were speaking earlier about hints towards genocidal and rather ethnocidal rhetoric. If that's the case, and being for the mass percentage of persons that would affect and would be applied to, unbeknownst to them, I guess the question and the concern is, with this panel and this information being shared, is there an end goal, or is it just like or good to know, but oh well, kind of? If you guys understand my question or where I'm going with this.
Oh, is it Orion? Orion?
Orion, that's correct. Orion,
yeah,
that's correct.
I figure like the stars and the belt of Orion.
That's correct.
I respect your inquiry, my good young brother. What I wanted to know was, what were you you said you just graduated high school in 2010?
2010 I graduated, that's correct.
What were you taught as quote unquote American history in your high school decade of the 21st century?
I was taught that American history started in 1491 when Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Or 1492, my apologies, 1492 Columbus sailed the ocean blue, right? So then Columbus discovers the New World. And upon discovering the New World, the subsequent explorers and discoverers went on, or conquistadors by the name, went on to conquering the lands and the peoples, and that the peoples of the lands died out. At least mass majority of them.
Hold on, all right, because I want to stay on this point. Did they teach you they died out or they were massacred?
That they died out primarily.
Died out. You see that benign approach?
Yeah. See, it's primarily through disease brought over. Now,
smallpox interaction with the colonizing forces.
Right.
They didn't even give you the impression colonizers were at war, so there must have been warfare going on. They didn't teach that, did they?
So they did mention that colonizers did take captive by force, certain tribes at periods of times, but that highlighted as the primary cause of the mass extinction of the majority of the tribes. Now,
I was waiting to hear you say that. They taught the word mass extinction in your history teachings.
Now, I wouldn't put that as far as literal mass extinction, but in a roundabout way, without using the word mass extinction, they heavily imply.
Yeah, I think you see where I'm going with this now.
Yeah,
okay.
So amount of persons were wiped out due primarily to disease and following due to famine and being taken captured, and the small amount that was put to labor did not survive labor and they died off. That's why the Africans were.
Would you describe that as?
I always got 100% in history. I know when we were taught in history.
Well, if that's the case, if all the Indians were extinguished, right, from such diseases, okay, let me ask you this. Okay, but still, all right, but let me ask you this. If that's so very true, okay, seeing that my ancestors have 9 different racial classifications, okay, every time a generation in my lineage was born, that baby got a new racial classification. Okay, we're all in the same bloodline. And if all those diseases really took place as they say they did, then how come all the white people didn't die right along beside them? What did they have on? Bodysuits?
They would say that they had immunity. They brought foreign bacteria.
They don't even have immunity. But my thing is this: they don't even have immunity from the diseases today. So how the hell are they going to have immunity from diseases back then when they're the ones who came over here stinking, funky, and everything else in the book?
We're on the same page.
They were not even healthy when they came over here. So how are they going to surpass?
And they almost starved off before in the first colonies even getting started.
So how are they going to survive a deadly disease and unhealthy
or actually will be that would be called a pandemic, Queen Mother. That would be sense. That would be called a mass genocide event or a pandemic. But would you consider what you were taught was the design of depopulation, Orion?
Absolutely. We say the design of depopulation because and I've also looked into some rhetoric about would you say population control, and it's very interesting. I believe I heard you all speaking on Benjamin Franklin earlier in regards to observations of the peopling of mankind or country, something like that. But it's very particular because he does mention some, I don't know if Machiavellian terms is relevant either, but it's almost, or if you would say Sun Tzu from The Art of War, or 48 Laws of Power, or any other of those rhetorics, if you were to look at how to conquer and take over a people and to actually implement population control, then the way that, according to the history that you guys are speaking on, the way that things went would make the most sense, because of course, if you're coming to conquer a people, you're not going to come advertise that. You're not going to propagate that information, So the thing is, to what people was that information propagated to, and what people was that information not propagated to, and what languages. So then you really got to start to ask a lot more questions, and those questions are going to lead you up to contemporary times as to where the same technology that has been applied once upon a time has been improved.
And well, would you say that would be the Georgia Guidestones, Orion? Are you familiar with the Georgia Guidestones?
I'm familiar with the Georgia Guidestones. I feel that the Georgia Guidestones it's kind of like, someone. Okay, so criminology. There's a study called criminology. Criminals often go back to the scene of the crime, or they leave some type of marker, especially when you get to serial criminals, right? Because it's more of a, look how great I am, and you kind of want to get knowledge. So the ones, in my opinion, that could possibly implement such a strategy, right, will also put hints in broad, daylight in front of your face. So that way, it's as if like we told you we were going to do it, and we showed you we were going to do it, but we made it so that you wouldn't even notice it if we, did it right in front of your face. So the Guidestones, I feel like, are implementation of that, especially when it goes to hinting towards reducing the population. Like, come on.
Okay, so let me. I need to intervene here, because in these note taking, and based on his notes, I don't think he was at this point that he was writing, taking notes from the perspective of doing any harm. However, he was very clear on who was who, and I didn't finish reading it. That he clearly stating that they shouldn't bring any black and 20 people over here. And lastly, that they wanted to exclude from bringing any blacks and 20s over here, but rather increase his race,
the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant
over here, which is what it's saying. Now, this leads me to truly believe that there was no damn African slave ship, because his recommendations were well respected, and this is why I know that they didn't bring Africans over here on a slave ship, because basically, in a nutshell, what he's saying here, it's too many niggas over here already. That's already here. So why in the hell are we gonna bring any more? Why are we gonna bring more of the motherfuckers over here? Can we at least bring some white people over here?
Remember, Queen.
Don't let me give you the hood breakdown. That's what you just got. That's the Indian language I'm speaking right now.
Remember, Queen, he was referring to Negropeans. And he even referred to Asia, if you remember. But yes, why didn't he speak very often of the sons of Ethiopia?
Because they don't, like he said, and I'm speaking in Indian tongue when I speak. He was saying, look, it's enough niggas over here. All these nigga Indians. Can we get some white folks, please? That look like my ass.
So Charles, my question still regardless, as he just shared, one of the most recent people processed out of the K through 12 curriculum, that they are still fostering the notion of mass extermination of the American Indian, then how do you explain the Native American, which is being federally recognized by the same corrupt corporate system that you showed evidence of who the true American Indian was, and how did they respond to you, Charles? Is he muted or still with us? Or
they said denied.
So they will continue to deny the authentic American Indian while being in collaboration with the imposter Native American. Do you understand what I'm saying or what I'm suggesting, Charles?
I do, and I remember the last conversation I had with Chief Quiethawk before he passed. He said, I've come to the realization it's all about the money. That's what everything boiled down to. And, you know, he's right.
Yeah. So now I want to highlight a portion of that Benjamin Franklin text there. The question is, what is the underlying motive? Right? Or essentially, what is the underlying outcome? What happens? Let me start asking some questions about what happens when you isolate a people and kind of hinder their ability to move freely as far as trade and commerce. Now, what he's saying is, why should we bring more Negroid
competition? Are you saying competition for the trade that they were doing with Indian trade?
Well, that's for one. That's for one, because now another rhetoric is what people need to realize is, what did it take at this, in the 1700s, and beyond, around this time period, what did it take to put a ship on the high sea? Was there not a charter required?
Well, these were the original charters under the Virginia Company. Right, everything flowed out of that. But what I'm trying to understand that you're asking right now, Orion, you're saying, was he just trying to protect his own home turf advantage and not bring more competition? By the way, I don't know if you saw what she did in her build. Remember those references, the very negative references, Chief Morning Thunder, about the Indian trade? and how there was much complaint from their potential allies and upset, and how there wasn't an organized process of trading with the Indians, besides the fact of alcohol, firewater, and encroaching on the lands, absquatulating going on around here. So, yeah, if you brought more of these deviant type people, because their main complaint group was against the Scots-Irish, right, Queen Mother?
I'm sorry, I'm eating. Go ahead.
Well, I was trying to deal with the context of Orion's question. He's saying his argument is the letter from Franklin is more of a defense position of not encouraging any mass immigration. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, Orion, but is that where you're going with that?
I think your comprehension is a little off there, Orion.
Well, hold on. Let me clarify, because I want to make sure that you guys fully understand the question. So,
all right, but hold up. I hold up 1 second, because I don't want people to stay on long, and Orion doesn't seem to speed up when he's speaking. He's long-winded. So, Smoke, what's good?
Salute.
You got the floor.
I'm just interested in him asking that damn question, because he seemed like he got a lot of questions. He said he was intrigued when he came across this information, because it kind of challenges what he'd been taught through the compulsory education system. So yeah, I'm interested in his questions and seeing how you Indian niggas gonna respond to him. I relinquish the flow.
All right. My question is in regard. I appreciate that, brother. My question is in regards to the Franklin text is the underlying motive and the outcome, right? Because the cause and the effect. Now, the effect and the underlying motive is what I'm getting at is genocidal tendencies. When you start to isolate and exclude persons systematically, ultimately it's going to have genocidal effects. If you reduce for instance, if you have a people that live off of fishing and they're a fishing community on the coast, and you reduce their ability to access the coastal shores and the fishing grounds, well, now they are going to be reduced in population through the next generation. And then when you forcibly remove them from their homelands into new lands, right, through the struggle, inevitably they're going to be reduced. And then when you start implementing other factors, you start to be so what Benjamin Franklin is.
Well, what are the new lands? What are the new lands? First of all, let's get new lands first, because as when I last checked, they took them from here and just moved them from one part of America to another part.
That's what I mean. That's the new lands there. See, but no matter what, because America,
it's not new lands. We always occupied all American lands.
But now when you have a community that is primarily, for instance, in Long Island community, and we take those Indians from Long Island community and you remove them to the Ohio Valley, and you take the Indians from the Ohio Valley and you move them to the Tennessee area, you take the Tennessee Indians and move them up to the Pennsylvania, they've all now been displaced. And by that displacement, even within the lands of the United States, ultimately is going to result in a reduction of their people, just because of the hardship at that time they had to go through. It was a perilous journey for those original persons of the Americas to be replaced from one part of the America to another. It was a perilous process.
Okay, I'm going to say this, because I have to disagree with you there. I don't care where they move us in the America. We're not reducing. And I think they finally figured that shit out. You know why? Look at the hoods. They moved all the niggas. Finally, they just moved all our ass in the cities, in the hoods. And we're still here, even though we're still killing each other. The white man ain't got to kill us every day. We're doing it. But no sooner than we kill one of us, a new one's being born. So we're not exterminating ourselves, as you may think. We're still here, and we're still occupying the hoods. We have never left, and we're still here.
Can we agree that the goal initially was to reduce?
Yeah, but we're not the one.
Negro.
We're not the ones bearing, is what I'm saying. So we're not going anywhere.
So you're saying that even though Benjamin Franklin highlighted that as his underlying goal, we can assume that's underlying, but you're saying that it has not been effective. we can agree that that was the initial goal, but it's not been effective. Is that what you're saying?
But you got to remember, there was still only a few of them. It was always a few of them, and it's still a few of them today. Because if not, why do they have to keep bringing people over here? Everybody that's coming over here is coming from fucking Ukraine. I go to Dunkin' Donuts and a girl comes in the window, 1.20. I'm like, are you a calculator? She meant $1.20. I'm like, that's how I know that they're from Ukraine. They're bringing more of their people in because and I again say this, we are not perishing and we are not bearing. I'm 56 years old and I still can get pregnant. How about that?
Yeah.
Which sucks at my age, which really sucks at my age, but I can still get pregnant.
That's beautiful. So
I'm not bearing.
So you're saying that the goal is and always has been to, although it's not been effective, the goal has been to implement some form of population control, according to you, towards at least the American Negro.
Ryan,
that's the goal of them all over the world.
In order to,
not just here, all over
well,
the world.
you know, that unfortunately is a benign phrase to say population control. Their intent is mass extermination. And that's why I asked you. And they're flowering this up in the literature, in the curriculum of the book, since you are the most recent person to get processed out of this education factory. Now, they're leading people to believe the American Indian is an extinct population. So then, please, Charles, explain to me, what is the Native American origin story? Is your understanding?
The origin story? Boy, I don't know. There are so many possible threads. You know, the story is 10,000 years ago, they came across the Bering Land Bridge, and there was some kind of mysterious passage through the glacier in northern Canada.
Here we go with that again. Go ahead.
And then they're finding sites.
But then that wouldn't explain. That would make the Clovis. Well,
let him finish, because
they're finding
just like he's proving my point. Let him finish. Hang on, Charles. Let Charles finish his story, and then we respond, because he's proving my point. He was indoctrinated just like us. But go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, they're finding sites in South America that date back 36,000 years, and then they're finding all kinds of anomalies that don't fit with this theory. And the Native Americans themselves say, you know, we've always been here.
No, they're trying to say that now. These anomalies that you're referencing, Charles, those Negroid skeletons, and all of these skeletal remains come out Negroid. They don't come out Australopithecus. They don't come out Mongoloid. They certainly don't come out Caucasoid. So how is it an ancient Negroid entity, skeleton, civilization, existence of people evolve into these $5 imposters and these Mongoloid hybrids?
Yeah, one thing I heard was that the closest relative was the Aborigines of Australia to the remains that they found in South America and other places.
But we can also show, whether it's land displacement, that these are still descendants originating from what we call the Americas, North, South, and Central America today. Right. So even when people want to use those examples of the Australopithecus, the so-called Aboriginal in Australia, they still date back younger populations to the most ancient population is in North, Central, and South America. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the problem is the science don't add up and they can't make it match. So they keep lying and trying to push the timeline backwards to put the imposters, the so-called Native American, in some prior position of prominence, while denying the actual descendants of the original ancient people are these different designations. Now, do you understand clearly what Chief Morning Thunder is sharing with you, Charles? And the reason why these bogus DNA tests don't work is they purposely misappropriate data for our population to make us Kunta Kinte being whipped into Toby.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's racial science. But when the actual anthropological and archaeological facts are unearthed, they get suppressed. Why would you think that would be, Charles?
That's a really good question, because the whole nation,
it doesn't fit the narrative. You use the word anomaly. I know you're trying to be objective, and I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, Charles.
No,
but I'm showing you, and I can show you time after time, example after example, purposeful attempts at identity theft. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And once you have started off with a lie and theft, what must you keep doing? Lying and stealing?
Have to keep it buried under the rug.
So when the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Department of Interior that are sitting on our authentic homeland in trust at our expense, what do you think is going to be the eventual remedy going forward in the future, Charles?
I don't think they can keep this locked up forever. And I think there's going to be a whole shift.
Well, see, you got to understand that the cat is already out the bag, my European brother.
Yeah.
See, without having to utilize the candy code, just let me get this to you raw, right? So you can understand the perspective that we in these particular spaces have come to incorporate. We are under the impression by a series of isolated discoveries, what have you, that the Americas, what they call the Americas, from its most northern areas to its most southern areas, and all those ports that are conjoined to it, is nigger land. You understand that? You know what a nigga is, right? Yeah, the Americas is nigger land, bro. That's without the candy code. Now, all we trying to do here now is get all the information that it's gonna take so we can investigate the crime scene. That's all we're attempting to do now. We have already identified this as nigger land. The deeper you dig, the darker it gets. I relinquish the flow.
Can I ask Mr. Charles a question right quick? Simple question.
Sure.
I've heard and seen from a lot of...
Don't be long-winded, Orion. Just ask the question. Don't tell a history and then we don't know what the question is. If you get my point.
I appreciate it. Okay, I heard that a lot of the first peoples were that of the Negroid type of China, Britain, Sweden. And so is it possible that there's some validity to that Negroid stock populated the entire globe or every continent in its earliest times?
You know, I'm no kind of expert on any of this, but seeing some kind of DNA results from a 36,000-year-old burial in South America, and the closest living relative is Australian Aborigines. It boggles the mind, given the existing theories, how that could have come about. So there's got to be a whole nother truth here than what has been postulated before, with the Siberian land bridge story coming over from Siberia. Something else very different was going on here. And, you know, looking at the remains of Java man from Indonesia from 500,000 years ago.
Well, hold on, Charles. And again, I know you're well-meaning, and I appreciate it. Unfortunately,
like I said,
The goal of a scientific community to say that they could postulate something 10,000, 30,000, 500,000 years ago, and they can't find the Clotilda from 1860.
Right.
Well,
Now, again, this is no disrespect to you, Charles. I am saying what is scientific racism starts, ends, and will never move forward from Darwinism, pseudo-science. In other words, all the scientific community today is a product of pseudo-scientists pushing racial scientific theory. Okay? The only truth is coming from being unearthed over here with the people whose names keep getting changed and keep being dismissed and ignored, and the intent of continuing the extermination event that has not succeeded. I hope you hear me clearly, Charles.
I do.
So any postulating coming from outside of this community is suspect at best. And I'm not saying that's your intentions. I'm saying this is the indoctrination that is already embedded and codified. Okay? And only we over here in this community can put an end to it, destroy, dismantle it, and start unearthing the actual truth. Because again, this is my opinion, Charles, but until our story is fully told and understood, there is no history.
Okay.
I think
because it's his story. And every person who's telling the story marginalizes the American, and then have the gall to adopt, co-opt, and outright steal the identity, waving a red, white, and blue flag, claiming they're the true patriotic American. And I'm getting a bit tired of that crap coming up every presidential cycle. Okay?
Calm down, big fella. We with you. Calm down.
The question is how. That it sounds good that that's what we want to do, but how do we go about correcting the narrative?
Well, we first have to fix my thought is we first have to correct history, and that starts with getting in the ass, and this has nothing to do with you, Charles, getting in the asses of these co-founders of these African American museum that's all of a sudden opening up in 2023 and taking our ancestors like Malcolm X, all these black important people, the Tuskegees in the museum, the Rosa Parks, all of these people, okay? And you're putting them in these African American museums, and you're saying, you're calling them African Americans. First of all, again, how the hell are you going to take someone who was born in the 1800s, 1700s, okay, the early 1900s, and say that these are African Americans? No, the hell they're not. Not one of them. Not one of them. Any of the people that they have in the African American museums across these 50 states ever identified as African American. That racial classification did not exist. So people who opened up these African American museums boldly went and labeled our heroes as African Americans. Who gave them the right to say that people like Rosa Parks, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King are African Americans? It's bullshit. None of them identified as African Americans. Everybody you have in that museum that's ancient or prehistoric did not identify as African Americans. So who give you the right to put a label on people that was here thousands or a couple of hundred years before your ass? How this is what they did. They went and backdated old historic documents and added African American in it.
I understand, and as true as that,
I got a problem with that. and it needs to be checked at the door. Lawsuits need to be filed against the co-founders of every African museum standing up.
No, my
Prove to
question.
me that Martin Luther King said, I'm African American. Prove
Right.
to me that the Tuskegee Airmen said, we're African Americans. Prove to me that Malcolm X said, I'm an African American. Prove to me that any of the people they have in those African American museums stated that they were African Americans.
Agreed.
But here's the thing, Orion. Now, Charles, I don't know when you came in if you didn't hear it during the time of his presentation, Orion. When you went to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which again is the Department of Interior, by the way, run under a fraudulent imposter, Deb Haglin, who claims she's a 35th generation New Mexican, I might add, is that when they used your document against your document, please give us some clarity on that, because I think that might have gone over the heads of many people. We refer to them sometimes as in the short bus over here that are mentally challenged.
That didn't go over my head. And it clearly to me, what they did was use his own document as a primary fucking source.
I got you, Chief. But I'd like for him to impart
against him. And he needs to refile it because it was an error. That's a technical error, and you should file an appeal. Because if you stop there, that's where you lose at. I would file an appeal because the Department of Interior's final decisions are you can appeal them, bitches.
Okay,
because they don't have the final say so.
The waiting time to file for federal recognition for an Indian tribe, last I heard, is about 35 years. So you got many, many cases like Chief Big Eagle filing in 1982 and not living to see the petition even considered. And in order to file an appeal, you basically need to hire a big Washington law firm to represent you. And these are the kinds of things that cost incredible amounts of money. And the
what law firm is going to represent Indian niggas?
Oh,
there
are plenty of them, with the promise that they're going to build a huge, lucrative gaming facility when recognition comes. But the Paugussett tribe,
That sounds like a game.
In my experience, the Paugussett tribe doesn't have enough money to buy a roll of stamps to send a mailing out to their membership.
But Charles, why is the presumption
class action lawsuit?
But Queen Mother, Charles, why is the presumption that a gaming operation is going to be the automatic reason for federal recognition? That's my first question. Then I have a follow-up on that.
Okay, earlier we heard Chief Bear Eagle say that is completely off the table for the Paugussett tribe, but that is something that the opponents of the tribe keep bringing up. They make it, their narrative makes it seem like there's a bunch of guys that got together in a pizza parlor in 1990 something and said, hey, I got an idea. Let's call ourselves an Indian tribe. And, you know, Senator Blumenthal always referring to the Paugussets as these so-called Indians.
But see, that's the ones that are federally recognized, Charles. See, here's the thing. But here's the thing, though. Those are the ones that are currently recognized by the federal government. They are the so-called. And so what I'm asking, and I know you don't have an answer to it, Charles, but I'm raising it for the audience and for future discussion. Why would I first be looking to be acknowledged by the people who have stolen what is mine already, and they cannot authorize nor own, and they have no actual level of authority over my own land? That's somewhat rhetorical. The next part of it is all of the shenanigans and the machinations that I just heard you describe of supposed federal recognition is the most evil thing that can be put in place as a casino that fleeces poor people.
Exactly.
Facts.
But that has become like the raison d'etre of the BIA in the whole federal recognition game. All these.
But here's the thing, and I need you, when you have the time, to fully go and look at UNDRIP and ADRIP and put that side by side with your research. We are being disenfranchised on one level, and I don't mean in voting or having the ability to exist unmolested, though that is part of the crime that's ongoing. But we are the only sovereign people. Remember, I tried to get you to clearly understand there's no such thing as American citizenship. There's United States 14th Amendment citizenship. And then there are people who are occupying the Americans' land without our approval, which is a violation of international law and a war crimes, unadjudicated. You understand what I'm saying, Charles? I need you to understand the context first of what I'm talking about. Yep. And so all this operation that is going on under federal recognition, the Department of Interior and the BIA is a criminal enterprise with fraudulent imposters who are taking the identity of the only true American. And that's the reason why the Native American is about to really get in a serious bind here, because they have accepted their 30 pieces of silver and their Faustian deal with the devil. That's Uncle Sam, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay. And so when they continue to line up people and say, you can only be authorized in your existence if we acknowledge and recognize you, when they're the thief, the fox guarding the hen house. You follow me now, Charles?
Oh, I sure do. I kind of gathered that after my dealings with them and dealings with Chief Quiet Hawk for several decades.
You put in a lot of work in that document that you put together for them to submit to the BIA. To the BIA. I know you. I can just imagine how much sleep you lost. And for them to come back and use your own document against you as a primary source, that's a technicality. You can't use that. They can't use that.
But they did, and
that was very disingenuous.
And that was in.
But see, maybe I didn't make myself clear. My response to that, and it's specific to the Racial Integrity Act in Virginia. Now, I know you're dealing with Connecticut, but the Racial Integrity Act showed how the BIA exists through the fraudulent theft of our identity being classified as colored. Correct. The Indian was classified as colored. And then the vital statistics, we're talking all 50 states, summarily evolved out of what was done with the Racial Integrity Act of 1924. Now, I don't know how you want to put that in your petition, Charles. That's why I'm reiterating it now, okay?
I have to state that in my research, that classification goes back, it may have been codified in 1924, but it existed far back up until the 1870 census. No one.
With that, they were originally copper colored, and they just took off copper and used color. That was so that they could distinguish the copper colored races from the white European senators, the copper colored senators in the South from the white European. So instead of just using copper colored, they just took off copper and left color.
There was no category for Indian until the 1870 census, and 1850, 1860 and back, it was white.
Oh, it was on the 1890 census too. 1790 census too.
There was a category for white, mulatto, and black, and that was it. Those were the three choices.
And it was for Indian too. I have the sheets, unless those are fake sheets.
And there are many censuses with I as a designation. The I is specific to Indian. And not only that, in the Indian Removal Act of 1830, we have too much paper trail and documented evidence that it is Indian, not African, period, anywhere prior to 1830 and the Indian Removal Act.
It used to be I, right? On the census sheet. Charles, we have the census sheet. It used to be I. And what they did was went back and wrote it in dark pencil and changed the I to B's all the way down straight.
Okay.
We have the census sheets. They did. It was I, right? And they took it and made them B's all the way down.
Yeah, I'd like to go back
their
and
sheets.
look
Their
at
sheets.
that.
Luckily, their sheets did not match the local town sheets, and the jurisdiction number that they had on the census sheet identified the Indian Territory, and nobody knows that. Luckily, I saved it because the agreement was that when they let all the Aboriginals vote, they turned the territories and they assigned them district numbers. So all the old Indian territories were originally Indian territories, and they changed them to voting districts.
Okay.
That's how you know which Indian it was. And I have that in writing too, where they decided that all the Indian territories would become the voting districts as their way of trying to make it nice for the Indians. But the whole time it was cutthroat, and the Indians didn't even know.
Yeah. No, I got the suspicion going through the Connecticut census records that something really funny was going on in that regard.
And Charles, this is the one final question I wanted to ask you for you to consider. When broken down in what is considered ethnic groups, not this bogus pseudoscience of Mongoloid, Negroid, and Caucasoid racial categories, you may find the American population is the one that is most numerous as opposed to all these other ethnic groups that will be broken down through immigration. But they are calling themselves under white category status, including dark-skinned Africans out of the 1980s and those from Hindustan with the red dot on their forehead. Would you like to share that with him, Queen Mother?
Yeah, they're now, instead of the meaning of white and black being the status that it was originally a race thing, but now it's a class thing. So you can be white and be blacker than the frying pan from Africa. It's all about class now, not just your color. So I could be rich and brown and write my race as being white because I own land and I'm financially independent. So now it doesn't matter what color you are if you want to claim that you're white. So all the foreigners that come over here, no matter what they are, they're white. They need their numbers up for voting purposes.
Mm-hmm.
But I know you already know that, Charles. Yeah.
The only problem with this, Charles, and again, never this directed at you personally. Thank you again for coming over into this community to interact, because you're a very brave person for seeking the truth. But when everyone in this country being told, give us your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, and forgive us the colloquial phrase that we use over here, but come and get the nigga, is the motto that's unspoken and clearly understood when they come up over here. They cannot even go set up shops in so-called enclaves, gated communities, or so-called white folk live. They're in the hood extracting wealth and sending, at the latest reported amount, close to $800 billion foreign remittance is going overseas back to these nations that they've been recruited from. But when they come here, they hold us in derision, contempt, and disdain. They are literally being made wealthy at the expense of the same people that they're being told treat them as niggas. And finally, not whether you personally participated or not, that category of white male, whether he sees himself as a white supremacist or not, there is a judgment day I propose that will mount up major karma, if you get what I'm saying, Charles.
Mm-hmm.
Because we have had nothing to do with any of this. We are victimized by it. Then the nerve of these people is to say, well, if you shiftless, trifling Negroes would just pick yourself up by your bootstrap, work harder, when no one has worked harder than they have been in their own home, have built up a society for others at their own we're talking about not only at our own detriment, but we're then being charged when the Constitution says the Indians should not be taxed. I hope you know that, Charles.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not going to repeat what Martin Luther King said. I think I say it a different way. We want you to mail us our check. I ain't coming to get it. He said, every time he said, we coming for our check, and they shot him in the head. I'm saying, just mail me my check. How about that? Just mail it. I ain't got to come and get it. But this, you guys, this segment has been great. It's been healthy. I think pretty much the world understands where we're coming from. We're not these rebels that are looking to overthrow and all these ugly things on how someone like that looks like me speaks about wanting, corrections to be made. That's not our final, at least I can say in my community, that our final goal is not to overthrow or start a war or all this other bullshit. We just want correction. We want correction. And it would be nice to give us back what was taken from us. I mean, really, we've been really, we got the real bad end of the stick. And every foreigner that come over here flourishes. Not all of us in our community shoot and kill each other. We're all not like that. A lot of us are educated and want to do better, but we're still being labeled. Foreigners are coming over here, flourishing right up over us. They walk right into our landmass and open up businesses. When the people like myself that's been here and are from this soil were rejected at every level. And we want correction. We're tired of wearing the mask. We've been wearing the mask as a people before COVID. We've always been wearing the mask. We wore the mask. And when I say wear the mask, we had so many racial identifications in our histories. We've been told lies about our history. Everybody that comes over here knows who we are. We just don't know who we are. And so many different organizations have come in and indoctrinated our people to the point where we hate each other. African Americans still think they're African Americans. They really literally believe that they were snatched up by a few white guys on a sailboat and brought here to be enslaved by white guys. That's the biggest goddamn lie in history. If you look at the way our sons are today, I say there's no fucking way in human history that a few white guys are going to be beating up a place full of niggas, as Benjamin Franklin identified, who was over here. We want correction. We want to do things right. We want to pull ourselves up from our own bootstraps. But how can we when you continuously give our money to foreigners? I don't understand. And we continue to have to hide under these false racial identifications that they gave us or labeled us. Okay? But it's okay for a man that was born a man. He can change himself to being a woman, but we can't really be who we are. That makes no
But
sense.
but Charles, I would ask you again, when you did that presentation, that was just independent, or you were just there to speak on what happened to the tribe, or was there a historical society? And do you think approaching them, just in the specific case that you're talking about, could you get them to be an ally to reinforcing, publishing your book, dispersing it, putting out presentations, school curriculum? What would you think that could actually come from it going forward?
Historical society, I would discount immediately because this is just a passing interest of theirs, and the Bridgeport Community Historical Society is mostly comprised of suburbanites who lived in Bridgeport in their youth, and they like collect Bridgeport postcards from 100 years ago. It's not really a serious organization. I think you really need to start with the school curriculum. And, we see what's happening in Florida, what can happen. And I think, if we could be proactive and get things like a history of the native people of Connecticut, and not just the 5 tribes, but the whole sum total of what was here in 1491, that would be a real big start. But I don't know of anyone that would be capable of doing that at this point in our history. There's so much that wasn't recorded. Benjamin Franklin did some observation, but the whites who settled Connecticut just didn't do that. And we got very little from the native side of what was going on from 1633 to 1900 something.
I thought Connecticut, amongst all the other states, had actually, if you really look at it, they were the most, may I say, fair when it came to the identity of Indians, and that's just proven. I think Connecticut was very good at maintaining information on the Aboriginals, aka Indians, more so than any of the states other than Oklahoma. But I think Connecticut, for it to be a colonial state, they did a very good job at maintaining the Indians' records.
Well, it's
which is
interesting
why
that King Philip's War in the 1680s pretty much was a Massachusetts and Rhode Island conflict. There was one major thing that happened.
They brought it, but they did bring it down to Connecticut.
Right. I was just about to say they burned the town of Simsbury, but it wasn't on the level that it was in Western Massachusetts or Southeastern Massachusetts. So you'd have to say that the Indians were getting a little bit more fair treatment than the Indians did in those 2 colonies. But in my research, I'm thinking of when the Pilgrims landed, there was a lot of description of how the Indians lived, who they were, who their leaders were, and you don't get that same thing in Connecticut history. It's like that was all taken for granted. We don't know.
No, Connecticut does have documents of even King Philip being a swarthy man, not just from Benjamin Franklin. Connecticut does maintain those records and maintain that the two guys that came down from Mass, that they gave that where the Indians gave Hartford and West Hartford to. What was his name?
Thomas Hooker.
Yeah, Hooker and the other one, the other one, Hooker, and they gave Thomas Hooker Hartford, and the other guy they gave West Hartford. That was it. And they were clear that those Indians that gave them those two towns were black.
Mm-hmm.
They came down because they did not want to practice religion like they were doing in Mass, the praying Indians.
Right.
So they left and came to Connecticut, and the two black Indians that were here gave one of them Hartford, just a little piece of land, not the whole entire Hartford and West Hartford. That was it. And it changed from there, but they were very clear that those Indians were swarthy men.
Okay, by the same token, I would counter that out of over 5,000 square miles that comprise the state of Connecticut, under 2 square miles of that was set aside as Indian reservations.
Yep.
You know, the biggest one is the Scaticoke Reservation. That's 400 acres. That's 2/3 of a square mile, not even.
They're in, where are they again?
In Kent.
Kent, okay, yeah.
So, you know, they weren't giving the Indians big chunks of their homeland.
No, they weren't.
But how, again, I know that you're saying what you're saying and being well-meaning, Charles, but you don't see the irony of a thief deciding what they're going to give to the person they stole from. I appreciate you. Let me just say again, thank you for coming to our community. But may I ask if you would consider, because you're not from Connecticut, about a displacement story for you where you are in the great woods of New York, as you've shared with us? You don't have to tell us your location, because I don't want you to come under being doxxed or any other kind of negative reaction like that.
I'm in far western New York.
But have you decided on researching the displaced tribal stories in your immediate surroundings?
Okay, I lived in Connecticut until 7 years ago, my entire life.
Yeah,
so I am a Bridgeport guy.
Yeah.
And I just moved here because I can't afford to live in Bridgeport.
Okay. Now, for a white American male, that's saying something, sir. How do you think the rest of us Aboriginal Americans feel being displaced financially off our own land and our own communities?
Yeah. I'm sure you feel pretty much the same way I do, only worse, because you go back a lot farther on the land than I do. But, it was my land too. I walked every place. And the history that was read at the beginning of this whole thing here.
Segment.
That was written because I was able to understand the land to some extent and know how it was used in its natural form, what the natural form of the land was, where the salt marshes were that were filled in, where the forests were, where the cleared land was, how the rivers functioned before they were uh, dammed up into reservoirs. That's something that you can't read about in books. You have to experience that. And I felt
Which
that.
which would mean you'd have to be of the land, isn't it,
Yeah.
Charles?
And this was my land, and I was displaced from it, and I'm in a place where I can't smell the salt water anymore. And
are you Indian?
no.
How did?
But he said earlier he
How
had
did?
Lithuanian background. What else is
Right.
your
No, but
your genealogy, Charles?
I mean,
According to my DNA test, I don't know what you think of those, but
I wish you wouldn't say that. I wish you'd tell us what your parents and your grandparents told you.
Lithuanian, and the DNA said I've got 8 or 6% Scottish or Irish, and I don't know how that could have happened. Anyway, the Lithuanians, Lithuania is the woodsiest country in Europe, and it was the last place where like the European bison and the European wolf survived. And the people there are people of the woods, and there's old adages like it's a poor person indeed who goes into the woods and comes out empty-handed. And I was just brought up in a woods culture. My father knew every tree in the woods and taught it to me when I was a little kid. Knew how to pick mushrooms, knew how to, teach me how to chew on birch bark when I was young and pick wintergreen leaves. And, I won't say I'm a survivalist, but I mean, I can go into the woods and be able to partake of their bounty. And that's just Lithuanian culture, very similar. It was the last pagan culture in Europe. And there was a whole big crusade by the Teutonic Knights to convert the Lithuanians to Christianity. And they defied that well into the late medieval period. So there's a lot of Aboriginal spirit in the Lithuanian. And, our dense woodland country just defied all kinds of invaders until very late in history. So maybe that's how I identify with Native Americans to some extent.
let me ask you this last question and I'm going to let you go. We're all going to get out of here. It's been 4.5 hours. How did all those white people in Kent and the Shadow tribe become Indians when they're European? How did they become Indians?
From what I understood of their history, there was an Indian who was living there between the turn of the 17th to the 18th century. And he sent word around Connecticut that here is a good fishing place far enough away from European culture that we can live our own existence. And I think that was very enticing.
And they all turned white?
No,
even though
I was going to say, I think that was very enticing to a lot of white people who were living under this very restrained Puritan culture, to leave that and go out to the freedom of the woods with the Native American lifestyle. There's so many instances of white Puritan children being taken by Indians and refusing to go back to white culture because they preferred Indian culture. There's countless
instances. That's the case of all those Indians in Connecticut because none of the Indians were white. And I'm just trying to figure out for the life of me how they all look like Europeans
But
from Russia
but
and
Chief,
Germany.
but Chief, you
I'm
just
just
heard his
confused.
example. You just heard his example. They love us some chocolate, don't they? They love some chocolate, don't they?
No,
They didn't want to go.
I was
They
just,
didn't want to
I
go
was just
back to
curious
vanilla.
because I
No,
know.
no, but I'm hearing him say it, whether he intended to say it or not. They love chocolate. They didn't want to go back to vanilla. Now, but Charles, I would
It
leave
wasn't
this in
vanilla.
part.
They had like 6-hour church services and
Yeah, we get that. We understand that too. But what I'm saying to you, Charles, is this. Try going forward, if you in your mind understand what is a Native American as opposed to an American Indian, the true American. I hope I can at least impart that with you today,
yeah.
that the Native American is not the American, and that it is just one other version, whether it's a hyphen, as in European, Asian, Arab, African, Hispanic. None are American but us. Okay? And I yield.
Okay.
Would you agree with that, Charles?
Yeah, I just don't know about that name American. It's, named after Amerigo Vespucci.
What in your research, what was America called before it was America?
Most Indian cultures in their language called it Turtle Island.
Okay.
And that's common from the East Coast to the West Coast and north to south.
Okay.
So that was a common name for it.
So would you say that this is Turtle Island?
That's what most tribes knew it as.
I hear that a lot.
So you obviously wouldn't call yourself Turtle Islanders. I also heard that the people that refer to the land as Turtle Island also refer to the people of Turtle Island as Niji. Are you familiar with the term Niji, Charles?
Never heard that before, but that's very interesting. I would think that there should be a native term for native other than that word American, which kind of rubs me the wrong way because this Italian map maker who didn't really
Let me correct you before you make another error, Charles.
Okay.
Amerigo Vespucci has nothing to do with the origins of the word America. It is actually from a Peruvian origin, but I won't go into that now. Secondly, even the young man that's telling you about Niji, it's almost like calling a person their brother or their cousin. Okay, so that's more of a colloquial phrase, a term of endearment, as opposed to the other N word that our current young generation is trying to claim their make a term of endearment. Okay, so I want you to understand that. So when you go forward, you can look up in the War Department of Colonial America where you may find that phrase, Niji. But again, we are talking about independent nations, thousands of them.
Yeah, right.
That this government, the criminal enterprise called Uncle Sam, is trying to do paper genocide and continue to teach in curriculum in 2023 that the American Indian is extinct. And that makes a very dubious connection that the Native American cannot explain because they can't prove that they are genetically or inheritors. And the people who can, as Sister Bethy hopefully has enlightened you today, has had their name changed so many times, they don't know up from down or in from out. Mm-hmm. Okay? And there is only one group of people on this God's green earth that has ever had that done to them, specifically targeting them to continue to make them believe they are out of Africa. Now, that is a war crime violation under the United Nations rights, the Declaration of Independent People, or the American Declaration of Rights for Indigenous People. Now, these are indisputable facts, Charles, but of course, we're doing battle with propaganda, dogma, and lies. So I thank you again for your personal pursuit of looking into the truth. Do what you can to keep reiterating that story for that particular tribe and magnify it by a few thousand tribes that are displaced, lied about, and they look just like this beautiful woman's face you see on the screen there. Thank you again, Chief Morning Thunder, because love, peace, and Afro Sheen hair grease on the Soul Train.
Charles, they want to know what the name of your book is.
It's the history of the Golden Hill Paugussett tribe of Connecticut.
Okay, the history of the Golden Hill Paugussett tribe, Connecticut.
Yeah, if you just look it up under my name, it should come up.
Okay, I'm gonna put it on a banner so they could see it. Oops. That's the name of his book, The History of the Golden Hill Paugussett Tribe, Connecticut, by Charles Brilvitch. Charles, I am so honorable to have you here today. I can't even believe you stayed this long. You outdid the chief. I think the information and the research that you've done on the Paugussett tribe is just boss. Yeah, I mean, you did a wonderful job, and I'm serious. I appreciate all your feedback. You're a great historian, and I welcome you to my channel anytime. Um, do you have any closing statements before we log out of here?
Not really. It's been a very interesting experience. I enjoyed it very much. I learned a lot, and I got a lot of things to mull over here. And it's shifting my view of the world. Just having participated tonight.
Yeah, we all learn something new every day. Everybody in the world was indoctrinated. It wasn't just us, but we've all been indoctrinated in a very bad way by these governments. Bottom line, and race is not a factor. They indoctrinated all of us.
Yep.
Whether they taught us something positive or negative, whether they taught one person that they're more supreme than another, we've all been indoctrinated. And I'm going to have more guests on my panel that have, you know, strong historical research. I just started bringing people on my from my community on my panel, and I'm going to be bringing more because it needs to be discussed. It's important, and I just want my grandchildren to be able to remove their masks, which we did. And I don't want them to be told that they're from Africa. I don't want them lied to anymore. It stops in my generation. I broke the yoke. So at this point, we are moving forward with bringing lawsuits against these African American museums. It's a must because it's a lie about our history. It's wrong. And that's it. I'm not going to have my child visit African American museums. It's not their history. I mean, it's what happened to them, yes, but not to Africans, to the Indians. We were enslaved in our own lands. We weren't brought here. And that's very important for my grandsons to know, and my daughter and my people, period. So
Yeah,
I'm ending with that. I'm going to end with that. And Smoke, do you want to close out, or Orion? Orion, you only have 15 seconds.
Thank you for inviting me and having me on this panel. It was a pleasure.
Oh, that was so nice and sweet and short, Orion. Smoke, you got something to close out with?
Yeah, I would like to say if you have if you have any more inquiries, start by visiting that definition for the original American, or that first definition for American. It's a revelation once you realize who it applied to. Hey, with that being said, I'm out this bitch. Salute.
Fact. or we just need to all march up in the United Nations. But I'm going to get out of here, and I hope that's one of my biggest goals is to sit before the United Nations. And that's something that I'm working on right now. I'm a busy woman. But everybody, I want everybody to take it easy. Smash the like button. Thank you, everyone who sat in and watched this segment. It was a great learning experience. And there'll be more times. And again, I say to you all, have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Time's been moving slowly, so we already in too deep. Can't get no sleep on each other, heavy teasing all day, and when the sun sets, you asking me to come through, kick it with you. Night turning to morning dew.